Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. 121, 122. Нормально? Пятый канал, английский язык. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. 102.
Всем принесли, а нам нет.
Водичку?
Да.
Один, два, три. Так, стой, 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 давай вот эту. Пятый канал, английский язык. Один, два, три. На четвертый.
Друзья, я хочу вам представить человека, который всю свою жизнь посвятил свободе. И как сказал бы Мераб Мамардашвили, истина. Это записывается сейчас?
Что можно было снять, сняли.
Доброе утро. Герцогиня из Боснии.
Госпожа Блаженко.
Герцогиня из Боснии. Да-да-да, вы. Коллеги, думаю, доклад был очень интересный. Прошу поаплодировать.
Доброе утро. Марина, мы начинаем.
Good morning, Marina. Can we begin our session? Yes, we can. Well, I'd like to, first of all, welcome you on this very hot early morning. This is the first thing I want to do. And then, secondly, I want to tell you that we thought we would have a very unusual session. And then in Moscow we found out a remarkable person in Moscow. He
Коллеги, пожалуйста, занимайте места. Присаживайтесь, коллеги.
Colleagues, it's an unusual but very important session now. It is unusual for several reasons. We are going to talk about cooperation with our Polish partners, and I'm pleased to introduce to you the chief character of this event, chief speaker. It's Martyna Kwiatkowska. Martyna makes friends with our school for a long time. She represents the organization which cooperates with the school too, Foundation for Education and Democracy, and we have made a lot of several important events, and the ladies would tell us about it in their materials. I can just add that due to Martyna's and the Foundation's support, the school holds very good seminars in Poland. And I truly recommend Poland to you, dear colleagues, because over there you may learn a significant amount of knowledge comparing with all democracies. And Polish experts are always there at our seminars. The Polish diaspora here is the most numerous one here, and it is not because we tend towards each other. We like Poland, and Polish people like Russians. But Martyna's Foundation helps to pick up experts and to select our guests who contributed to our seminar. I know something else about Martyna, and I'll deliver this secret to you. She works with Tajikistan pretty actively, and she spends a lot of time there. Hence, and this artifact presented by Martyna to me this morning, this is a tie with national symbols of Tajikistan. Martyna says that all men in the republics wear such ties. And we think that for our общая тетрадь, notebook, Martyna and her colleague are going to prepare an article on the work of the foundation in Tajikistan. This is a pretty exotic story. I have gone through the first drafts of this article, and probably Martyna would tell you about this in the corridors, because she's with us till Friday. And the session is going to be unusual because it's just for 1 hour. And the lady said that they would stick to regulation and let you go at 1 o'clock, if you behave. That seems to be it. I haven't introduced two esteemed colleagues of mine, but probably Nastya, well, people know you here. Yulia? Do you know Julia, colleagues? Very good. All right, that would be it. The floor goes to any of you, whoever begins. Thank you very much. I'm accustomed to sit somewhere among the students, and even yesterday I said that I don't want to speak here at the forefront. But after what Andrei has said about me, I can add only one thing. Hello, my name is Martyna Kwiatkowska. I represent the Foundation for Education for Democracy in Poland. I am this school graduate of 2011. So we are colleagues. Thanks for your invitation. myself, Nastya and Julia would tell you about how our cooperation looks like. And I'll tell you a few words about Tajikistan. The foundation exists for 25 years. First of all, we work with teachers, deal with education, and that's how we started our work in the 90s. Presently, we have a big network of partners in the countries of the former Soviet Union and in the Western Europe, where we cooperate with Polacks who live abroad. We support development of teachers and NGO representatives. Our foundation gives grants. We have a small grant program for regional development. Twice a year, you may apply for international cooperation for a Polish organization with some of the former CIS countries, including Russia, of course. We work with this school for 5 years. We started at 2010. There was a mutual conference. At that time, we didn't know anything about each other. And this lack of knowledge was mutual. I only remember how Mr. Zakharov, who didn't know a second thing about myself, but he taught me how to work with Russian partners, and I think I've been improving in this field. Our cooperation has been growing. In 2011, we made the first project with this school, and this project continues till nowadays. It consists of 3 parts. First, presence of Polish people at the Golitsyn seminars. This year we have 4 persons here, but since the cooperation develops, we have many more colleagues from Poland, and I think you've got acquainted with them. If not, just you'll have your chance. Izbushka is a very good place in the evening. I know that by experience. We try to cooperate with the school graduates and with people from the regions. We send Polish experts to regional seminars. Polish experts are present or were present at the conference in Dagestan, Ufa, Kostroma, Yaroslavl. Each year we invite experts from Poland to Volgograd. Maybe some of you had the chance to get acquainted with Polish experts who tell you about civil activities and local self-governance. Of course, a visit to Poland in itself is very interesting. The trip takes about 7 or 8 days, and we just show you around. The trip starts in Warsaw, and we describe Poland in general. We tell you about the local self-governance, about reforms within the last 25 years, and then we go to some region of Poland. We visited Krakow in the south, Gdańsk in the north, Wrocław, Lublin. This year you may go to seminar in September, from 20th to 28th September. It's Warsaw and Lublin. I am a coordinator of this visit, so now I will pass the floor to Nastya Gontaryova. And we've been working with Nastya together for a long time. And it's a very good cooperation for me, because the international projects are quite complicated, because you have to understand each other, and each partner should be satisfied, which is not easy. I can tell you that we manage somehow, and we, well, bring up or build up our cooperation. Thanks, Martina. I am a satisfied partner. That is true, because this cooperation has been built by the process participants, two organizations, and the people who came to these seminars. We had a chance to invent this project, modify it, which is pretty flexible, and we can consider different aspects and visit different organizations. And Polish seminars, they are one of the best school seminars. And we saw different towns, system of power, of local self-governance, and civil participation. The Polish experience in this regard is very interesting. It's rich, and there is a lot to study in this experience, consider and think over. There are so many small initiatives which bring about social changes in the local community, in towns, and we just see it when we visit different organizations, non-commercial ones dealing with different problems, some state structures which interact with the society and public bodies in a very interesting fashion. There are private initiatives of citizens which are of attention because they bring about positive results, and people see that something may be changed in your life, in the life of your family, your community. And again, there are so many such examples. And Martina demonstrated to us at all levels. This program reminds me of Galitsina by way of tenseness. But in Galitsina, we just sit here, and over there we visit all sorts of places, small editorial boards or local schools and Polish Sejm and Presidential Palace. So we recommend you to participate in such seminars, especially those who are of professional interest. And you may have a look at previous year program. It's all at our site, and you may check upon the program that were in Wrocław, Kraków, Gdańsk, Warsaw, and small towns like Leżajsk, Alawa, which are not visited very much by tourists, and you would not be able to feel the atmosphere otherwise. It's been working in a very interesting way. Pupils' self-governance, work with parents, work with local community, and that's why young children start thinking in a different way. This is a decency, ready to compromise, to find some common solutions. It's very interesting how it all works, so you have a chance to see it with your own eyes. And I'm glad that we have been watching it for several years and may introduce something new. This year's seminar would be a little bit different, with more social and cultural component. It's interesting how you can influence the community through cultural institutions. And what can you do by introducing a non-political component, which is of interest to young people and old people. And in Poland, there are constantly exhibitions, festival, movie screenings. All this creates a lively atmosphere, and we were acquainted with this. And we may help you to get acquainted with it. And this is about it. Now, Yulia Lebedeva is responsible for a Polish project, and there are some new areas of work. We invent something new. And there is a project aimed at contacts between non-commercial organizations and mutual projects, and Julia will tell us about it. Next, a traditional project. The country organizes for us good seminars, but we also have a new component for school and the foundation to build partnership relations between Russian and Polish NGOs. The first stage has taken place already. What is the purpose of this project? To build partnership between Russian and Polish public bodies. And these bodies are to be aimed at innovative activity in different spheres and at international partnerships. We talk here about social, cultural animation, environment, development of town spaces, civil education, and so on. And this project is to be continued. Next year it will be continued. So again, there are several stages for this project. The first stage is 10 or 11 Polish and Russian NGO representatives visited Warsaw and held master classes for Polish and Russian NGOs. They tried to get acquainted with each other, understand each other, and learn about others' methods. How to build a partnership, how to make a fundraising. At the second stage, Polish partners would visit Russian partners in different regions, and in the end, master classes will be held on mutual Russian-Polish partnership, and as a result, Polish-Russian projects will be implemented in different spheres. We have Maria Muskevich. She'll probably tell you a few words about her own impressions of interacting with Polish NGOs and her impressions on the project. I am glad to be here. This is my first visit to Galitsina. I thank Yulia, Martina, and Anastasia. I am truly glad to be a participant of the Polish visit last month. I represent a festival of activist documentary movies, Make a Movie. This is probably the only festival in the world of the documentary movies which tell you about the best practices of civil activities, not only in Russia, but everywhere. The festival is an international one. Next one will take place in October. So in Poland, I tried to find the organization which will be interested in developing authors' documentary films. And on the other hand, any partnership is aimed at the exchange of experience between active people in Poland and Russia. And I thought how it would be organized, how we shall be able to understand whether we are helpful to each other, we have never seen each other, and what about the language barrier? So it was all very interesting, and in the long run it was 5 days, we quickly made friends, although no Russians spoke Polish, and some of them did not speak English, but there was a direct translation, and there were two wonderful trainers, coaches, who moderated our interaction. And within this brief period of time, we said a lot to each other, got acquainted with each other, and listened to our Polish partners and spoke ourselves. And there was one day meant specifically for face-to-face meetings when possible partners had a chance to talk to each other and make agreement on some future projects. This is my case, and I hope that there's going to be some future. And this is a nice possibility for those who had no international cooperation experience, just to test oneself. That's it. The possibilities for cooperation are in the frame of any other school seminar. Polish participants here now, they are quite numerous, and this is the field for mutual initiatives or contacts at the level of the civil society. We can use these opportunities here as well. In June, we've had a different Polish group. We've been telling people about initiatives, and mutual work is greeted, it's welcome. Same as with representatives of other countries. For us, it is very important that some other outlook was presented, other approach, other point of view, which is different from others. We need contacts, friendship, and mutual work. Yesterday, Svetlana Makoveckaia mentioned a European town several times. In September, we'll be able to get acquainted with such initiatives in Poland. You will be able to talk to people who deal with similar projects. So, of course, it's very creative to have this kind of exchange with foreigners. I remember how we got acquainted with Olga Bodrova, and he came here and said, Martina, let's talk about what we can do together. And since that time, we try to work together with Olga Bodrova. She's from Stavropol. It's very important for our foundation to show the work of people locally, because civil activity influences our life. We meet people who are quite active from NGOs and from representatives of local self-governance, not with someone who comes to work just to sit, but I mean people who want to change something and to do something for their environment. Such people are ready to cooperate with international partners. When I was at the university, I worked at the scientific circle, and my today's work, well, it's NGO, but it looks like a work in a scientific circle, exchange, trips, getting acquainted with other people's initiatives, and giving this experience to other people. Yesterday, a colleague from Yaroslavl raised her hand and asked whether an active person should set up his or her own NGO. Well, if you go to Poland, you will get these questions answered. In Poland, we have several different programs to establish contacts. There is a program of transformation in the Rita regions. You will easily find the address of our at our site. So this program will give you about 10,000 euro for mutual project with Polish people. It does not seem to be very much, but this program has been on for about 10 years. Many projects were implemented, not only with Russia, but with the Southern Europe, Tajikistan, and other Central Asian countries. If people do want to cooperate, it's not about money. It's about your own efforts. Speaking about civil activity, our society becomes more and more active. I will refer to Svetlana Makovetsky's presentation because we have a lot in common. And a few words about Tajikistan. We've been working there for over a decade, for over 10 years. The project is aimed at working with people. We work with individuals. We think globally, but work kind of regionally or individually even. We work with women, help them to set up female clubs in Kishlaks. Tajikistan is far away from Poland, and there are not so many Tajiks who live in Poland. Probably 2 hands would be enough to count them all. So I work with people who stay home, do not go to Russia, but they stay home with different ideas, problems. We help women from Kishlaks to make female clubs and convince them that if they work in groups and develop certain ideas, they will grow stronger. The voice of 10 people sounds stronger, larger, louder than just one voice. So they may be partners for talking to the local self-governance. It is very important to show that they may be partners in talking to men who work at higher positions, because female status in Tajikistan is pretty low. And of course you have to work in a group and turn yourself into a partner. Talk to your opponent at the level of partners. And of course there are other countries where this kind of problem is still there and should be resolved. We talk a lot during our projects about Russia, Tajikistan. Since last year, we raise money for our Tajikistan projects. This year, we raise money to buy cows.
That was a brief video spot that we made just to raise funds from by internet for crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is when they raise funds for all kinds of social projects online. I know it's popular in Russia too. I know that funds for our work in Tajikistan have been raised for a while. One of those present here in this room, one of the Polish delegates, several years ago, together with his colleagues, just gave us money, donated us money to buy one cow. What it shows that the Poles don't live only by the problems that exist in our country alone. We also try to help other countries as well. And what I can note too is that we show great interest for all kinds of projects in many countries. In 2011, at this seminar was attended by 3 Poles. In 2014, I think that we are 9 or 10, the strength of our delegation. This shows that interest for cooperation with Russia is on the rise, amongst other things. And we have a possibility, we have the money. So I invite you to ask questions, to talk. I invite you to find common topics so that we should think about what can be done together. I think that in our everyday life there are many identical problems and questions which we can try to resolve together. And do you want to add something to what I said? If you have any questions, even technical questions that have to do with, say, a trip to Poland, with participation in our programs, or, say, on any other program, I would be very happy to take these questions. I don't know who is the moderator in this session, please. Stanislav Avramenko from Rostov-on-the-Don, RPR Parnas. How can we enroll into taking part in your program? Let me show you. We've prepared a tool. There you are. At the website of the Moscow School of Civic Enlightenment, we have an announcement about call for applications to visit Poland. You must hurry up because we are closing the enrollment on the 5th of August, which is pretty soon. I don't know how many applications have been enrolled, but some 2 weeks ago we had 30 people who wanted. We invite 15 people. Oh, 14, sorry. The thing is that I have applied already, and are you making your choice? Yes, certainly. There is competition, very much like for any other seminar. Election, sort of selection principles are the same. You can find there information about many seminars that will be held in autumn, and everywhere your participation is by competitive sort of selection. Certainly there are always many people who are keen to travel because the popularity of the Polish seminar is traditionally very high. There's lots of feedback. And people are always keen because feedback is always positive. And we should always take into consideration your enrollment, engagement in your professional engagement in local self-government and how close these themes are to you, maybe in research, maybe in practice. And certainly we shall give preference to those who have some professional relations, professional interest. We take into consideration regional representation because we always have groups from different regions. We try to make it so that as many people from different cities and towns in Russia could visit Poland. And so you should act following the same algorithm. There's no guarantee that you will be chosen. If you think that maybe your questionnaire doesn't reflect, for example, things that have to do with this subject, and you have some professional interest which you didn't put out in your questionnaire, now is the chance to correct this information, and you can write some motivation letters why it is important for you to visit the Polish seminar. The same on any other seminar, the same applies to this. Good day, Martina. Tell me, please, which principle guided you in selecting Tajikistan? Because, for example, in Russia you could cooperate because you met people from the Moscow school, whom you contacted in Tajikistan. There are many other countries where women's lives are no better. Thank you for this question. We have over 10 people working for the foundation. Democracy for Education for Democracy. It's an excellent team. Only women work there. We have worked in many countries. We have partners in Azerbaijan, Georgia, Armenia. We had good partners in Mongolia and Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, Russia too. Tajikistan is one of the countries where we have cooperated and been running projects. Partners from Tajikistan, we met them sometime 15 years ago. Why did we choose women's situation? Well, it seems for me, for a woman, it's so much easier to relate to the women's problems and to work with women. There's so much work to be done that I just could not really work more in another environment, and we are open to work with men too, and work with families, for example. There are Polish projects in other organizations in Tajikistan that work not only with women, that work with the local self-government, and we work over supporting micro business in Tajikistan. Polish projects are not that many, and it seems to me that they're very strong. In other countries, for example in Belarus, we are working with teachers, so it's not only about women's matters. We always do special courses that you can also attend. We run courses for teachers and for children on children's rights or on human rights. With Ukraine, we carry out many projects. With Moldova, I ran the project for the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Education. We also supported the non-NGOs there, but most of these projects which we implement are projects where we win grants, so we must draw an application and we need identify the problem, find common language with the partner with whom we cooperate, with the other party, and when we win the grant, then this is when we work. Did I answer your question? With Georgia, yes, with many with many countries. Martina, thank you very much for your presentation. I want to tell my colleague that Vadim Karastylyov from Moscow Helsinki Group, that human rights activists in the late 1990s and early 2000 were very actively attended Polish seminars of the Helsinki Foundation. In our office we have a photo of Marek Nowitzki, who died and who made a great contribution into understanding how to monitor human rights. And his book, and book by his Polish colleagues, is a book that we are guiding. It's like a guidebook, and we publish them. So can we discuss with you how we can organize a target seminar that would seek to work about public and social control over how police work in Poland in jail, because human rights activists are interested about this. No problem about that. And then we could help you to organize the competition and select best candidates to attend such seminar. Our main partner is Moscow School of Civic Enlightenment. We have many projects, and I think I can recommend to you the people who would have more experience than we as Foundation Education for Democracy to carry out a visit like this. When do you want to organize it? In autumn. Let's make it spring. That would be nice too. Please remember about that and then let us know. Good day, I'm Anna from Ukraine. And my question is about Ukraine. Tell me please in greater detail what projects do you carry out about Ukraine and the situation that is now happening in Ukraine. How did it influence your work, impact, and has anything changed or not? Maybe you reformatted some project, something new. Please tell us how you proceed about it. It's a pleasure to meet somebody from Ukraine. There are many things we're doing in Ukraine. Let's just talk over tea and I'll explain it to you. One thing I wish to point out is that the foundation has partners in Ukraine and we are in cooperation with Ukraine. And I suppose we've been cooperating for some 20 years, given that Ukraine is our neighbor and we have always been open for cooperation. The same applies to Belarus. We could just sit down at lunch and discuss it. No. As far as I understand, cows and education are not quite related. You're wrong, you're wrong. I know this project. I've spoken to your colleagues at previous seminar about what you do. My question is very different. As far as I understand, you don't only have target programs about education, but something related distantly to education. If I speak about education per se, are you seeking to target school education in your project for teachers in Belarus, or is it for university and college students? Because here we have people from many universities and colleges, they might be interested. This project in Belarus, I want to tell you a lot of information, additional. All our courses that we carried out are available online. I can give you links later on, and you can make your choice and make your own assessment to which extent they might be useful in your work. There are courses available in Russian and then Belarusian. In point of fact, I do not exactly know whether they are active, these courses, because in our understanding, it's not so much about materials that are just taught every week online, but it's also a talk with moderator. There are experts you can always ask a question. But certainly, if you are interested in this topic, then I could give you a link to the materials that we have. We run all kinds of projects in Belarus, but there actually, first and foremost, we work with the teachers. They are people who work at, I suppose, most often in schools rather than universities. And I think we're carrying out an excellent project about culture, about about Baroque heritage in Belarus. I was studied together with people who work in museums or in culture in Belarus, and we come up with, say, guides on some parts in Belarus, and we publish them in Polish, Russian, and Belarusian. They're also available online too, and I can show them to you. Timur Zhakhov from Ingushetia. You know, in Northern Caucasus, we have had many foreign missions, charities, humanitarian missions, worked in the North Caucasus. In my activity, I've also worked in cooperation with some of them, and I would like to share my personal experience. This kind of work, although most missions by this time have already finished their work and left, but in part some of this work continues. And the most successful project as to cows, this works in this format that somebody buys a cow for the first calf born to this cow is returning back into the foundation, and this calf is given as a gift to another family. And it turns out that quite a small you make a small investment, but you kickstart this process. And it doesn't help one family alone, it helps to expand this program. And this is our suggestion. Thank you very much for this example. We've worked on an identical principle. We collect money, we give the money to Tajikistan. In Poland, this action is called Tajik Cow. The Tajik cow in Tajikistan is actually Polish. And many years ago, the Polish thought, how are we moving it to Tajikistan? We have different kinds of cows, and we give the money to our very good partners in Tajikistan who work with the representatives of some women's clubs who go to the local bazaar in Tajikistan, not in Poland, and we then transport it into a women's club in Tajikistan, and then women choose who will get the cow. They vote. You should remember that people live indeed very poorly, and we just pre-select these locations. And this is the first group work. Who decides on who the cow should go to? It's a great value for 1 year, and then it happens when a cow either goes back to the foundation, is returned, or, depending on the condition or the well-being of the Tajik family, gets so better that this family, which couldn't afford to buy a cow before and could hardly make both ends meet, then they can afford to buy. Cow is not about milk. It's also dairy products that you could consume and sell. Women who stayed home and gave birth to babies becomes a businesswoman. She thinks about which product to create, how to sell it at the local market, and how to start relations with your clients. And on top of that, the waste, is it the waste? Am I choosing the right word? Oh, sorry, yes, that would be fertilizer, which they also use to helps also improve work better on their land. And in winter, yes, they use this cow dung to use in a stove to burn it as fuel. So I can tell you how to join us, if you will. For a long time, in the early 1990s, when these wars started, humanitarian aid would be brought, and people were very grateful. And as time went by, representatives of foreign missions, they realized that it's best not to give you food, which people eat, consume, and forget about it, but rather give them something, a rod that people could use to fish on their own. Funny as it might seem for us to have a cow, for us it's something not serious. The interpreter begs to differ here. But for poor people, it's really a possibility to seriously improve your well-being, to feed your people, to go into business. These are words. I can add to this that it's only one part of our project. It's not all about cows. I'm showing you the picture. We carry out different professional courses about, say, how to sew, how to make clothes. We are first about team education, because you can imagine 10 or 20 people who should find common language, come up with something to plan the activity. We also teach women how to write business plans, how to work in their groups. So, cows, it's not about cows. It's something that is hanging on the line from the rod. But there are many other ideas which we implement as we work with women's clubs. May I add a couple of words? I suppose a cow, it's a kind of symbol here, because Martina is a missionary. She's works for these organizations. She's also a missionary in her spirit, and she keeps thinking in these civic initiatives. When she was here as alumnus in 2011, the federal class and all the people in Golitsyn who work here would collect these plastic caps, and this was taken away to Poland because this is where you can recycle it. And this goes to charity. I won't go into great detail, but everybody, it worked that you don't dispose of it. You can collect it and we can make some good. And later on, our delegation, which traveled there, they also took these plastic caps with us. It was some kind of, it's not about cows, but what I mean is that it's certain thinking, that it's a way of life. It's trying to find something useful that could be used. Because as a rule, for most of us, it doesn't seem obvious to us. We don't really think about it. We don't even suspect that it might work, and it works, and it's there, and it could be useful to us. So as you talk to Martina, in this sense, everybody, it couldn't reach everybody. I don't know with what other civic initiatives you could leave after you met Martina. Be careful. Yulia Krivonosova from St. Petersburg. If you may, I will share with you some project that is implemented in Poland. Quite a major project, and it seeks, and the target audience is Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and Moldova. An excellent program. It's a global project which invites 300 participants every year, and the chance to become a member of this program is somewhat higher than in other. I attended this program, and for me, the main impression that I drew was that you travel and you feel you're at home, you feel openness. It's an unforgettable impression when you realize that all doors are open to you, for you. You can get into any voyevodstvo, local or municipal or regional government. You understand that you can enter any room and nobody would refuse you. You suggest and you ask that they should introduce you to a specialist on finances, and he will take your questions. And not one single time did we have that. We thought that things would be strictly according to the agenda. You've traveled, the official just presented a report on some preset subject and concept, and then a list of questions should be drafted in advance, and we thought in some stereotypes, patterns. But that was not so. You could ask any kind of question, and even the most inconvenient questions were answered. So I think they feel they owe it to you, especially, well, they're responsible for the work they do. And what is also good about this project, that it works in two levels. You can send your students, because they have the special area for those who are just studying at college, and you can also take part as a professional too. Regrettably, they've now finished enrollment, but the new enrollment would take place in November, I suppose, for participation and attendance in spring. And if you're interested, I could discuss it in great detail with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, I saw somebody else raise their hands. Alexei Semyonov from Pskov. The question to Martina is like this. Tajikistan is a very specific country. I just also, my activities, I'm a journalist who works on international issues, and I've been monitoring those questions. My question is, how do you work in the field? It means in which areas, in which regions you find it easier to work? Tajikistan, yes. How do you work in the field with traditional institutions, with muftiyat, with male community, because it also exists not only women communities that exist in rural areas in Central Asia, in Kyrgyzstan, in Fergana Valley. This is the region in lower, in southern Uzbekistan. I think I shall have a very long answer, so let's arrange that we will talk at dinner, okay? Well, I don't know, but what we work in the north. I work in the north, in Sogdia, Anna. We work with Tajiks and Uzbek, and we work in Khotlon. This is where we work with a territory where in the 1990s the civil war raged, and all other questions, I suppose. And Badakhshan, well, we do not work, our foundation doesn't work, but we personally. But our grant program finances projects that are carried out in Badakhshan. There is another organization that works in Shakhuz. This is on the border with Afghanistan. And what about language question? Because Russian in many of those villages, it would be easier if you work with Tajik or in Uzbek. You've got interpreters, right? I work with excellent interpreters with women because I've worked among women. I want to give them best regards as Gulnar Nara Erano. They speak both Tajik and Uzbek. Uzbek and Tajiks are very different languages. At that in the north we work with one interpreter, in the south we work with another interpreter, because Tajik also has many dialects. And people from the north do not always understand what is being said in the south, how they speak Tajik language in the south of the country. Thank you very much. Yes, you now have the floor, please.
Всем здравствуйте.
Speaks Russian. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to ask a question. I have two questions. Please remember to give your name. Liseta Jvaldo from São Tomé and Príncipe. Question number one. Nice to meet you. Question number one. With what difficulties do you face as you carry out your projects? You said that you've got many projects in cooperation. What are the problems and difficulties that you face as you carry out these projects? What I mean here is, are there any serious problems that you face? And question number two is, you gave us many countries with whom you work. And are there in your, have you got any project, any countries, what I mean, any countries with the African continent, say? Do you work in Africa? Thank you very much for your two questions, and I congratulate you on speaking excellent Russian. And answer to question number one. Certainly, it's all typically human problems which arise as any cooperation develops. Like international projects, for example, you have to be very careful about listening and reading what is written or said by a partner, because we have had some cases when we say the same word, but we have different understanding about what we imply by it. So my piece of advice for everybody who goes for it, and for those who have been doing international cooperation, they know it, and those who want to just go in for it, the most important thing you should do from the very beginning is find out as much as you can about your would-be partners, and find out what is your understanding of the same word, of many words, many expressions that you want to use, different notions. Even such comment that if you agree, say, to meet at 9 o'clock in the morning, you come at 9 o'clock and somebody arrives at 10 and they think it's fine. These small matters matter, and this is, you can get upset, you can get hurt and get resentful, and this follows from our not understanding some cultural features. Answer to question number two. Well, I'm sitting next to my colleague who I have first education is, I don't know if I will choose the right words, but she's an expert in African studies. She has worked and lived in Africa, and she worked for issues that rise in different countries in Africa. And we, as a foundation this year, we don't run any projects with partners from Africa this year, but we have an excellent program of education for development where we Polish NGOs get, amongst other things, grants to teach Poles on issues related to many questions that arise in other countries. Some of these projects have to do with questions and issues that are pertinent in Africa. And due to this program, both the young people and the youth in school children and kindergarten children and students and adults also get to learn about different ideas and different questions that may rise in the countries in Africa. That's it. Well, they're telling me they're running out of time. I'm sorry. And we agreed that lunch will be served at 1 o'clock, so I don't want to keep you waiting. Martina, stay with us until Friday, so you can talk to her and ask some questions that are interesting for you. She's always open for that. And another announcement. We have an excellent book. Those of you who are lucky, who's most interested in studying the Polish experience, you can look it up, Besides and Political Talks, which may add on to your understanding the Polish experience and Polish transformation. Yes, and everybody's in a hurry because we have books. A very important announcement for the students. This time, lunch is for an hour and a half, 19 minutes. We're back at 2:30. Thank you.
Ребятки, я еще раз напоминаю, что у нас нет фиксированных мест.
Friends, I would like to remind you that there are no fixed sitting here, so you can choose and sit at any place you like. Dmitry and Elena has given us a gift. He presented us with 1 hour and a half for lunch. It's customary in Russia, and sometimes when the second wave comes in some 5 years, we will usually have an hour and a half for lunch. So, Lena, the floor is yours again. Please make an introduction. We have a democratic dictatorship here. Well, I think I have said it already hundreds of times, speaking to a new class, to a new group of students, and my words are the same. Andrei Zakharov may believe it's quite trivial, but still, he will keep on listening to me. And I would like to tell you that Dmitry Trenin, first, he is a member of the supervising committee. He is a long friend of us, and his wife Vera is with him, and we really adore her. We employed a long time back his very creative son, and Dmitry Trenin, as I believe and as many people believe, he is the best expert or specialist who can discuss international topics. I'm not going to downplay the role of any other expert, but Dmitry possesses something that is especially interesting and appealing to me. He has a position, he has a stand, which is quite accurate. He knows only quite well what national interests of a country are in the modern times. And I think he believes that the vital interest is that there is no war. And given the ongoing volatility of the situation in the country and around the country, Dmitry can explain very competently to any recipient what national interests of a country are and how one can secure those interests in a peaceful way by joining our efforts. And I'm not talking about his profession, and together with you I will keep my eye to what he will say. He writes books, and he is the head of such a great think tank as a Carnegie Endowment. He is well known abroad, both abroad and at home. And in my case, besides, he is my dear friend, a person who is very close to me. For me, it's important how he describes today's Russia and how Russia can still fit into the globalizing world. So Andrei will moderate the session, and I will be all ears listening to Dmitry. Thank you. I'm really grateful to Yelena for such a generous introduction, following which every time I find it quite difficult to speak, since it's always an upfront payment you have to return, and you don't know if you can cope with that. And good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be with you today. I work for the Carnegie Endowment, but in this case I am really speak as a private person. But the full name of our endowment, of the think tank, is the Foundation for the International Peace. Therefore, I think today those words sound not just repercussions of the past, when the world or rather when peace was something kind of an objective people tried to achieve, people fought for peace, then times came when peace became something like an air. It's kind of in a part of an environment. We live in that environment. We cooperate. We live together. Globalization is going on. So now, just a quarter of a century after, we suddenly realize that peace is something that requires our ultimate attention. Earlier this year, my colleagues in the Carnegie Endowment and I tried to reckon how we could mark the anniversary of the First World War. And very few of us could imagine earlier this year that besides that anniversary, we will have to deal with quite new events, and events of new kind, and events of a new era of Europe. And how could we deal with the termination, such events of termination of the Cold War, fall of the Berlin Wall, and the establishment of the new world order. Actually, I was not going to lecture you today. I came here to listen to your views, your opinions, and have some kind of an interactive discussion. So I could afford just giving you a number of assumptions, number of bullet points, since, as Yelena said, I would just identify my position, or at least I would identify some important issues which we can debate on. I think the first bullet point I could offer for your attention is that an era is up, an era is over. It's a milestone event in everybody's life, because one life can accommodate not many eras or epochs. So that era that began in 1998, 1990, I mean in the international relations, came to an end. It's over. At least it concerns those who live in the Russian Federation and in a few other countries. The second bullet point for your attention is the fact that the era is replaced, but not the second edition of the Cold War, which is talk of the town now. People say about that, but they cannot really know what was the first edition of the end of the Cold War. In my capacity, I really had some multiple experiences with the Cold War in the times when I was an officer in the Soviet Army, and I think that there'll be no repetition of the Cold War. in the shape that we had it in the second half of the 20th century. But we, and in Russia, we're approaching the new type of relations with the West that would be much more competing and carrying out a lot of conflicts rather than being cooperative, and that's really the new quality of those relations. I cannot know what historical parallels can be drawn about the new situation. I don't think there are any. So even if some elements of the past would repeat, but the entire situation will never repeat. So as an intellectual construct, I would think of it as of a great game that was waged between the British Empire and the Russian Empire throughout the 19th century and ended up in 1907. But now I wonder if it was really finished at that time. So I believe that there would be no total and tough rivalry employing ideological war, employing military component, imposing an iron curtain that isolated one part of the world from the other part completely. I don't think that those events will repeat, but there would be continuous maneuvering. And some elements of cooperation will be secondary, while competition and rivalry will be primary. That's my second bullet point. And my third bullet point is that today the outcome of that rivalry is not clear to me. I could offer you a number of options or scenarios, but I cannot give you any evidence. And that's really very surprising because competitors are not equal, and sometimes it's not appropriate to speak of the competition. I can recall the times when I wrote a tweet about the competition, and a colleague of mine from the United States tweeted back to me. And he said, listen, what competition? Russia is no rival to the United States. Russia does not exist for us at all. And tweet, those details were dropped, and I just continued to elaborate on that. But anyway, the main idea was that Russia was no rival, no competitor. But anyway, for me, the outcome of that competition or rivalry is not quite clear. Bullet point number 4. Bets for the parties are quite different. For Russia, the way I see it, the bet is to have the existing system or the regime survive, and probably it concerns the entire political and economic systems which exist in Russia now. And certainly it's also the existence of the current political regime, which is on the bet. And I think the head of the state made it clear last week. But for the United States, the bet is to maintain some global order, which in their view Russia is violating. So unless you counter those violations with your measures and actions, the world order becomes weaker, less stable, and some other powers greater than Russia can take advantage of that. So that bet is also quite significant, although that bet and that circumstances and implications do not concern the United States immediately. And my final bullet point is that in the majority of discussions related to politics, Foreign policies are not primary. They're just somewhere in the background and are viewed as a follow-up, a continuation of the domestic policies. But the ratio, the combination of foreign and domestic policies is dialectic, as people said before. And at some point, domestic needs, domestic requirements determine foreign policies of states. But sometimes it happens because, well, probably those cases are quite few, but they're quite important. And then it's foreign policy that dominates this thing and becomes primary. And now, contrary to my expectations even half a year ago, it's really the case. It happened 100 years ago under different circumstances, but that's the case that we're witnessing today. And virtually, well, I cannot say by 100%, or I cannot think of any percentage points, but still I believe that a lot in economic policy, social policies will depend on the foreign policy. And our lives overall will depend on the foreign policy that Russia is pursuing. So it so happened that we also have to live in so-called interesting times, although it's going to be hard times too. The times that would require people to be quite responsible on every level, and things that we took for granted in the Soviet Union, we referred to it as peace around the world, but nowadays it's about peace that is to be defended and protected. And with having said that, I would like to wrap up my introduction and would like to listen to you, because at such meetings it's most interesting to listen to you for me. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I would give Lena the first floor to ask her question. Okay, so thank you very much, first of all, for that great introduction to the topic. I have two questions, actually. It's customary to think that foreign policy is part of domestic policy and most visible part of it. That's my first comment. And second, Dmitry, perhaps earlier we discussed possible dialogue. They believed that we are building democracy in Russia, and so did we. But it's all happened that it's a fake. And it's only now when we have realized what opposing positions are, we can start a real dialogue between the parties. I asked Andrei a minute ago and said that is it politicians who led us into that deadlock and impasse, or is it a turn of history, and politicians at that turn of history are picked as just the managers of the political process? Lena, I would agree with you that domestic policy serves the foundation of any policy, but at some turns of history we can see some serious changes. And probably that's the turn that we are living in now. What's the problem, the way I see it, the problem of Russia from the standpoint of the West? Because it's obvious that for the West, Russia has become a problem. I don't think that today, yesterday, last year, or several years ago, the problem was the lack of democracy in this country. I think that the idea itself that Russia would not manage to pass that democratic transit fast. For some politicians became obvious in the middle of the 1990s and at least by the year 2000. So Russia was not, since then, Russia has not been taken as seriously as an emerging democracy. Yes, they thought that perhaps sometime that modernization would start, perhaps President Medvedev would do it, or as Chinese put it, perhaps after 1,000 years it will happen. The problem, the nature of the problem is different, and it's related to the fact that the ratio of forces in the world is changing. And many people in the United States began entertaining the idea of the end of the Western domination in the world. Others said that non-Western countries were on final and could serve the foundation of future international relations. In the leading international magazine of the U.S., the Foreign Affairs, they published a very interesting discussion on that, and it was discussion between the Americans, the American experts. But in this situation, we can see a paradox. There is a country which does not claim it could replace the United States on the political Olymp. The country has resources, but not too great resources to claim to be the leader, and the country which cannot offer a new idea to the world. And then, all out of a sudden, that country became an irritant to the leadership of the United States. Even more than an irritant, it spoiled the game. And we saw those events in Syria. It's the Snowden case, that hit the prestige of U.S. President and other officials quite hard. And it's also the idea that the idea was voiced by Mrs. Clinton, and the idea that Russia is building a new Soviet Union. And so Russia has turned not into a serious challenge for the United States, but it has turned into some kind of inconvenience, an irritant for the United States, which cannot be addressed through the conventional means. And there are two policies that are discussed. And the party in defense in changing part with the party in defense very quickly. When for the Russian leadership, it certainly became very important that Ukraine had to join the Eurasian Union for some reasons. And there were ideas that the Russians and Ukrainians are a single people. So the reunification of the people can be conducted. On the other hand, there were ideas that Ukraine had a right for the European choice and that Ukraine finally should get a chance to be separated and not influenced by Russia. So the two ideas had an encounter. Could it have happened if it had not been Ukraine? Yes, it's possible, but probably it wouldn't have such a great effect as a Ukrainian crisis, because for the Russian leadership, Ukraine is the most important country from the standpoint of Russian strategic interests in the periphery of the Russian Federation. And that's the reason we saw quite hard encounter, and nobody wanted to lose, and nobody wants to lose. So I think that encounter showdown will continue, and the bets will only grow. If you ask me if a dialogue is possible now, I would answer that dialogue doesn't work just de facto. There is no dialogue between our top leaders. They speak, but on a very rare occasions, and it's not a pleasure for neither of them. Foreign ministers, they do communicate. That communication does not produce any material results. And that's it. No other communications. U.S. ambassador position is still vacant. A Russian ambassador enjoys very little attention in the United States. Two bureaucratic systems do not communicate. Military contacts happen sometimes. But mostly it's aimed at prevention of accidents. But no more room for a dialogue. Civic society's dialogue is also shrinking, and there are some experts who are traveling between the countries, but there are very few. That's the reason your school's role is quite important. So there is a total failure to establish a dialogue, and I cannot imagine it would happen in the near term, unfortunately. Ivan, the floor is yours, please. I'm Ivan Vlasov from Kaliningrad. Dmitry, thank you very much for your bullet points. My question. Countries of the world are governed now by the people who were raised in the spirit of rivalry. But I think it will change in 5 or 10 years, and people raised with the spirit of cooperation will come to power, specifically in the West, and to a lesser degree in this country. Don't you think that it may pose an opportunity so that to avoid that rivalry you discussed?
It is my opinion that and this can be done more or less openly in different countries, but the rivalry and competition and cooperation are mutually dependent concepts. You compete, you vie to delineate the field of cooperation. Cooperation always has some preconditions. What are the preconditions for our cooperation? And this is the point. This is not about obliterating each other, but the cooperation is viewed as something that different parties view it in different terms. And the second thing is that President Obama is the first U.S. president to have very distant idea about the Cold War, because he was not an acting politician during the Cold War. He comes from a different generation, and it appears that he has not been so far successful, particularly successful in cooperation with President Putin. It appears that 20 years ago, people in the West believed that the most important thing is for the generational change here in Russia, when a generation which is not not Soviet by its upbringing would change the face of the country. That did not come to happen, and it really turns out that there are many young people in Russia who do not view the world in the same way as many in the West would like them to view the world. So it is important to understand that the age and the epoch are not the only factors. And in other situations, people who have gone through such things, the Soviet veterans of Afghanistan and the Mujahid veterans of the Afghan war may well come to terms today. Timofey. Timofey Grigoryuk from Yaroslavl. I have read an article about the reaction of the Russian government to the fine imposed by the Hague court with respect to the Yukos affair. According to this source, apparently coming from the Russian presidential administration, said Europe is on the brink of war. What kind of fines are you talking about? Who is going to pay this fine? How do you consider, and do you believe that such moods in the presidential entourage exist, and how objective these may be? Thank you. Well, it is difficult for me to assess and comment this particular phrase because I have not heard it said, and I cannot comment the situation in the governmental spheres because I do not work for the Russian government. I do not think that Europe is on the brink of a war. To me, this is evident. But when I watch and follow the president of the Russian Federation, it appears that from February 23rd of this year, it appears to me he works under the what I would call a military regime, a wartime president. So, having analyzed the phrases of the Russian president, it appears to me that he thinks that Russia has been subjected to the act of war in the economic, informational, and other spheres, and Russia must hold its sovereignty. But this does not mean it would be incorrect to believe that by looking into the future, we should not raise the ghosts of the past, because the war is a very, very strong word. And I think that in the direct sense of the word, we would not have war. We can all avoid the war, and I think that the nuclear containment is one of the greatest guarantees of peace, for the good, for the better, or for the worse. But in the classical sense, as it was used in 1914 or 1941, we do not expect war. Personally, I do not expect war, but this does not mean that we will have a sort of easy life. And I think that the Russian president will consider himself a wartime president for the foreseeable future. Konstantin from St. Petersburg. I have an impression that we're not at the end of one epoch, but at the beginning of a new epoch, which is the creation of national states in the ex-USSR territories and in Eastern Europe, including Poland or Belarus. And some of these states behave in the way that in the same way as the 19th century's state led when, say, Azerbaijan and Armenia, or Russia and the Ukraine, or Tajikistan behave according to that logic. The UN documents adopted after World War II have the two principles: the right of nations for self-determination, and then at the same time the inviolability of the state boundaries, or the state borders. Do you believe that the international law will survive, especially after in the 1945 format, or else it will have to be reformulated, taking into account the burden of the military conflicts in Eastern Europe? I'm not a jurist. I'm not a lawyer, and you have jurists among you who can correct me. But to a non-lawyer like myself, it seems that the characteristic property of the international law is its conventionality. This is not the national law. The national law is quite coherent. The Constitution, the Criminal Code, the Administrative Code, the Civil Code, the institutions which are called to uphold this law and to observe and to monitor its execution. The international law is quite different. What is aggression? There is a definition of the aggression, but from the standpoint of the international law, the aggression may be viewed as only an act which was defined as aggression by the UN Security Council. In other words, no action of the 5 member states of the UN Security Council can be called aggression unless this country itself believes this to be an act of aggression, which is, of course, an oxymoron. So I think that the controversy is not about the international law, but about life itself. The controversies between the old order and the new order. The old order, which made the emphasis on the inviolability of the borders and the political regimes, or the inviolability of the constitutions, and the new order, which puts under doubt the borders, the regime, constitution, so on and so forth. So, if you are making an attempt to subvert the regime and you fail, then this is a mutiny. But if you succeed, this is a revolution. And if we talk about the national states, I do agree. Yes, Russia has now entered the stage of the formulation of a national state, which was not the case for the past 20 years. Anna. Uriadova Anna from Yaroslavl. You have been quite coherent in your definition of your relations, of your definition of the relations between Russia and the West. What is your view of the relations between the US and Europe? Well, we have so many good experts from Europe and from the United States that who could answer this question with much more professional. That I would rather not. I would rather not dare answer your main question. But what I can say is that the triangle of the relations between the U.S., Europe, and the Russian Federation in the short term. In the short-term perspective, leads to the strengthening of the political of the U.S. political influence in Europe, and the weakening of the Russian-European relations. If it weakens Europe, in turn, I would prefer the Europeans to answer this question themselves.
My name is Christina. I'm from Romania. I apologize, but I have to talk in English. So my question is, the foreign press this week has been very negative, especially after the crash of the Malaysian Airlines. And you had a lot of covers like the Newsweek, the Pariah, like The Economist, the Web of Lies, basically arguing that a new area has come between the Europeans and Russia, and the area of the lack of trust. And the crash of the airplane has been the last straw, so to speak. And now some were arguing that Russia might be regarded in the future as a rogue state. How would you comment on this? Do you think this could be a path? Do you think there is a complete lack of trust now in Europe? Can you comment briefly on this? Thank you.
Christine, in the interest of the audience, I'll speak in Russian. Fine?
I think that trust is a very delicate concept, a very delicate term indeed. Which is present in the relations between states, but in different doses. And these measures of trust may vary. As we spoke about Europe, let us remember that in Germany nowadays they talk about the waning trust towards the United States after the spy scandal. And espionage for the Allies is in itself the consequence of the breach of trust or missing trust in a situation when even between the closest allies trust may be missing or lacking. Between Russia and Europe, there has never been a fundamental trust. I'm not talking about people or societies, because people may have very different relations and very close friendship and fundamental trust of people, very different countries, be it European or non-European. But between the states, I could say that today there is a campaign or a tendency, a trend of certain towards a breach of trust, which was not particularly high anyway, or even rendering of a demonic nature to Russia. If you look at many mass media, Russia looks not much better than the portrait of the Nazi Germany. This is indeed, I think this is the lowest level, and indeed Russia is near the absolute zero, not even from the standpoint of trust, but in terms of perception. In terms of perception of Russia as members of the international community. So in this sense, you spoke about rogue state or pariah. Indeed, in terms of perception, Russia is very in the very low ranks of this scale, and many mass media certainly demonize Russia and Vladimir Putin, and I'm not a political supporter, and I have never been a political supporter of Vladimir Putin. It appears that this trend is not so harmful to him as a politician, rather than helps formulate the Western policies. And if in a democratic society you have succeeded in persuading the bigger part of your population that some other country is a contemporary incarnation of the Nazi Germany, then your set of instruments of policies gets shortened, because in the ideal, one has to annihilate such a state, because coexisting with another Nazi state should and must be not an option. And I think that such policies are quite dangerous. I think that such policies started about 10 years, maybe a little less, but today these policies have gotten to a certain summit or a threshold. I remember you spoke about The Economist. I remember The Economist's cover for Christmas of 2011 or 2012, I think 2011. And there, hell was pictured, which had in these rivers of flame, Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, Kim Jong-un, and Vladimir Putin with Bashar Assad were bathing in these rivers of flame. If you in the hellish fire. So if you move along these lines, then you curtail your political spectrum. You significantly undermine and reduce the number of instruments that you could use. If you called a man a contemporary Hitler, then talking to such man would be appeasement. Talking and the policies of appeasement have always been defamed, so I think that this is a dangerous thing. This is a dangerous way. It would be much better to understand the sources of policies. But here we come and meet with another problem, because today's Germany has a Putin-versteher politicians, those who seem to understand Putin, and such people who seem to understand Mr. Putin are viewed by many in the West as appeasers, as those who talk about the treachery or the agents of Mr. Putin in the West, and even trying to understand what the Russian policies come from is becoming problematic. So there are many problems here, really. Yuri, please. Yuri Lobunov from Bryansk. Demonizing is evident in rhetoric, but I do not see any particular containment. I open up the page of the state procurement website for Russia, and I can see that the major U.S. companies continue to supply things and goods to Russia, and services. Microsoft continues to supply software for the Crimean aviation hub, even though the skies over Crimea have been excluded for the international from the international maps of aero navigation. Visa and MasterCard continue to work in Russia, and every pensioner can get its share of it. So it appears that for right now it is more of a business. So do you think that it is more rhetoric than anything particular? Well, I think that the business interest will always be observed. The business tries to be concerned with politics as little as possible, which is a principle of the business, of any business. But nowadays, you have said that Russia is doing to facilitate the U.S. gas supply into Europe. Well, this is a bit far-fetched. I think this has been said with some sarcasm. This is not an aspiration of Russia, but rather a curbing of Russia in the European gas market, and substitution of Russian imports by the U.S. imports. I do not know how long will the U.S. companies continue to purchase arms here in Russia? They may continue, because I really compared the situation today not with the Cold War, but rather with a big game where there were elements of cooperation and the elements of rivalry. And of course, there are a lot more elements of rivalry than cooperation. When I spoke about the campaign of demonizing, I think that such a campaign is against the essential interests of the West, but a part of the writing and analysts. I think that it would be a lot more advantageous to the Western society to be a lot more analytical. Talking of Microsoft and the Crimean air navigation, I do not know for how long will it continue. because Microsoft has enemies and friends. If somebody sees that as a violation of the sanction regime, this might disappear. So indeed, business sometimes has to sacrifice its interest. And lately, one of my colleagues wrote that over the past 15 to 20 years of sanction against Iran, the Western business lost about $175 billion. I do not know if it is true, if the numbers are true or in any way accurate, but of course it is quite clear that the Western business did lose. It is not. It is quite evident that the Western business did lose, and it lost not because the Western business wanted to create more opportunity for the Chinese in Iran, but exactly because of the legislative and the legal measures enacted against Iran. So Iran was, and indeed Russia may become a no-go territory for some products, services, goods. That's true. Dragan Nikolic. Question from Croatia.
Do you think that Mr. Putin might be disappointed in Mr. Obama or international community, having in mind that, for instance, without Russian consent, there would not be intervention in Libya if Russian veto was at that time? Without Russian involvement, Mr. Obama would be in certain way shamed regarding Syria. And now when Mr. Putin, one way or the other, was involved in defending this area of interest, which Ukraine is, that, you know, he has expected some kind of different attitude of the international community. And in that regard, do you think that now it's a breaking point when Europe might lose Russia, for good, but, you know, alliance which is much more natural than alliance between Russia and China, when Russia might incline, which is not natural in many ways, and nobody could knows what to expect, that, you know, Russia could turn towards China?
Well, thank you very much. I will speak in Russian, if you don't mind. It is a pity that President Obama and President Putin do not get along well, but it is, of course, not about the personal character or personal traits of either Mr. Putin or Mr. Obama. It is about, the problem is about the different views, in Russia and the United States of the world order. I think that this is the major problem. For Mr. Putin, the Ukraine, give or take, was whatever you call it, was a part of the zone, field, territory, orbit that had to be taken into account in any relations of the would have been resolved in some way. But this is a thing will significantly erode and get undermined, and Russia may well evident and likely about the Japan's reaction, and that the Japanese to the not yet cancelled visit of Mr. Putin into Japan, but from the tone of the foreign Ministry's declaration, these hopes were not justified, and only China seems to stay as the global partner of Russia. Given that we're talking not just about political, but also the strategic relations. And I call this Russian-American conflict and not Russian-Western conflict. But in this term, the Chinese factor will continue to play a significant role. And I think that China has so far gained a lot by the worsening of relations, and I think that Russia has suffered the blow that might have tentatively been intended for China by Washington, but it is not in the interest of China to continue weakening Russia. So it might be feasible that we shall see further rapprochement between Moscow and Beijing, contrary to many who would think differently in Russia. Alexandra Shutova from the Higher School of Economics. Yesterday at the roundtable we discussed with Boris Grozovsky, talking about the vast expense. Is space an advantage or a burden? What do you think is the geopolitical and the geographical vastness of Russia? Could you view this the same question with respect to the West? Well, I think it all depends on your way of on how you treat your legacy. This is the kind of space that you have inherited, a good part of which is uninhabited. And we have to have two maps of Russia in our mind. One is the map that we see in schools, and another map of Russia is the map of Russia in the evening or at night time. And these maps of Russia should be somehow juxtaposed in our mind. Russia is a much smaller country than we might have thought looking at it on the world map or the globe. We have to understand its true industrial, demographical, and innovative weight, specific weight in the world community. And so, in this sense, in terms of its real time, but that is not. This was not your question, really. Your question was about space. I don't think that Russia has a lot space to spare. And in this sense, I think that this will not be the case.
So what shall we do about the space which is in our sovereignty? Well, you can build up towns, camps. You can work there on shifts. And there are different technologies, but I think that the space we have, this is an advantage. This is not our weak point. Some say that Urals would be enough, till Urals, and then will become a second Ukraine. But this is just kind of wishful thinking. If we reduce the territory, the country is not necessarily richer. Probably it is the other way around. You need a certain balance between your resources and your ambitions. And the state actors should look for this balance and implement it into practice. Philip Corbett from St. Petersburg. Against the background of mutual sanctions in the area of culture, by the way, I would ask you about the efficiency of such methods. Well, there was a development of visa-less regime between Russia and the European Union. How efficient the policy of sanctions is, which hits not only individuals, but it hits people who may not agree with the political situation in Russia. How efficient it is. efficiency may be measured in a different way depending on what your task is. In majority of cases, such steps have an internal addressee, an internal consumption. You work in democracy, and the government is responsible to your electors, so you have to show them that you do something to punish or to press. But probably you understand that the pressure would not be very big, but still you do something. And this is probably also another indicator of efficiency, the sanctions which were declared or which may be declared in the near future would not bring about the implementation of the task, meaning Russian interference into the Ukrainian business would not be stopped, and especially so return of the Crimea. But it may be a signal to your own internal audience that the government does something about an aggressive country, or a token of solidarity to allies, meaning that we all together participate in the same important deed and curb a new aggressor in the east of Europe. I have a question myself. I see what goes on in the Pacific region, and China shows that it is now ready to go to open conflict with certain countries, where they have territorial arguments. Among them, there are allies of the states. Do you think there is a chance that in the near future some conditional confusion may take place in that region and Americans would be diverted from Russia? Because if something like this happens, everybody will forget about the Ukraine. This is a very serious topic. This is probably the largest threat of the world, threat to the world, not what happens in the Ukraine, but what may happen in the Chinese Sea. On the other hand, I personally think that the dramatic phase of these conflicts has passed away. Probably some conflicts would appear in the near future because China looks very attentively at Russian affairs and American means of pressure, thinking about oneself. What happens in this world now? So what is the change of the world order? It does not become more democratic, but some big countries individually settle their own beach or border territories, and the hegemon, which so far secured the situation everywhere in the world, is not entirely efficient in holding order in such countries. So today it is Russia, tomorrow it may be China, then it may be India. These three countries would probably be enough. And all these countries are independent in settling their own space around their borders. I don't think that such situations would be easily resolved. Conflicts and even armed conflicts are possible. Big-scale wars between China and Japan are not possible, but some clashes, some skirmishes may take place. The problem of Taiwan is being resolved in any other way. Yes, Americans will be diverted if such a thing may happen, because, well, Americans are also people and they also have 24 hours a day. But this conflict, if it happens, would not reverse the situation to the previous status quo. By the time when China would challenge other Asian countries, Russia would be closer connected with China than it is nowadays. And in this regard, well, I am not happy about the fact that Japanese follow the American pressure, because we lose the only serious big partner in the East Asia. And the Russian policy in Asia is closely related to China, and in the current balance of power, you may imagine how the mutual Russian-Chinese partnership may develop. Jakub Bernard from Poland. In Poland, we consider the Ukrainian conflict as a conflict between Russia and the Ukraine. I came here, and it seems to me that it is not so. This is really a conflict between Russia and the United States. Well, is it proper to think so? Because USA acts pretty reactively, because Russia gave them such chances to act on the side of the Ukraine. Yeah, thanks for your question. I think that at different stage, sides changed who was more active or who was more reactive. At a certain stage, America came pretty late. Only from the beginning of 2014, it came to Ukraine, and it took the leading role only in February, probably. Before that, it left the European Union the chance to implement its policy in relation to Ukraine. Well, my personal perception of the situation is that the Ukraine, till recently, was the country which was not completed. The leaders implemented their own personal or clan agendas. Now, after Maidan, the situation is different. And if you look from Russia, the Ukraine is headed by a group of people who are internally supported, and they were initially cautious to Russia. Now theirs is the position of animosity. But there are other Ukrainians whose attitude towards Russia is different. They think that it's part of our family, close neighbors, relatives, and so on. For me, actually, it's very important how Ukrainians addressed to NATO. So those who want to join NATO see the potential enemy in Russia. Those who favor different status, they say that Ukraine should not join NATO. So their attitude to Russia was different. So the Ukraine is not unified nowadays. Although they elected the president in the first round with overwhelming majority, let us see how it develops, the situation of confrontation, the situation of war, where the Ukrainian nation will be consolidated on the anti-Russian ground. We'll see how it goes. It's not about Russia being against Ukraine. Russia is closely connected with the Ukraine, closely involved in the Ukrainian events. It supports one forces actually fighting against other forces. You actually interfere into a civil war in other country. You do not fight with this state, but you are deeply involved in the situation. For instance, Entente countries did not fight against Russia in 1918 or 1920, although troops were sent to Russia and they did something. Sometimes they were shooting, sometimes they were involved in some military activity, but there was no war with this country. Елена Лукавицкая, Великий Новгород. You said that there is something emotional going on between Russia and the Ukraine, and the president and the Minister of Foreign Affairs cannot communicate. So probably you need an intermediary to resolve this conflict. Is there any person or an organization now which may be an intermediary to regulate this conflict? Yeah, well, it's very difficult to find such. This may be Germany. And the structure is OSCE. If Germany takes this role on itself, it would mean a further increase of Germany as a leader of Europe. It was successfully done during the euro crisis, but in financial area, if now Germany takes the trouble to establish peace in the Ukraine, this would turn Germany into the political leader of Europe. And in a competitor of the United States. Berlin is not ready for this, it seems to me. Denis Grekov, Altai. Last seminar, there were many presentations on crisis of international law. How this crisis pushes the Russia-Ukrainian situation and the crisis of relations between Russia and the States. Does it make it stronger? I mean, violation of the international law, or it may somehow consolidate Western countries to stick to the observance of laws. Denis, any war and any crisis do not strengthen international law, it thwarts upon it. You cannot lead war without any military crimes, even if the war is just in itself. The logic of political fight makes you act following national interest, not the interest of law. In Carnegie, many years after September 11, there was a big American neoconservator who later was ambassador to UN. There was a small seminar, and he told us about how the US organized the fights with international terrorism. And some of the Russian guests asked, Mr. Bolton, what is the legal backing of the global war against the international terrorism? And Bolton said, without thinking, Constitution of the United States of America. And this was an honest answer, and direct answer, and many would agree to this outside the states, including Russia. So the war and the crisis, they give you certain lessons. And these lessons may give you something for the international law, but while cannons talk, the law keeps silent. Timur Ужахов, Ingushetia. I agree to one of my predecessors here who said that there is a feeling that despite visible confrontation between America and Russia, there is a certain agreement in actions, meaning that there is a certain invisible partnership, including the political arena. You said that Mr. Putin stepped on Barack Obama's shoe in Syria. So probably you meant chemical weapon. No, I meant support of Assad. As to chemical weapon, that's different. We were kind of in the interest of the United States, and that's why they didn't put in troops. And we managed to retain economic and political interests of the United States of America. So the feeling is that there is a very complicated chess game, and some steps are envisaged, and you cannot break the rules, and partnership is still there. Timur, partnership is still there, and it will be there. A lot should happen, a lot of bad things should happen, so that, for instance, Russia or America take terrorists to attack another country. Many bad things should happen for Russia to share nuclear technologies with countries or movements which are enemies of the United States. I don't think it will happen. And there are many other things which unite people, which make you hold partnership. It's a pleasure to think that we are a good country, that we are a kind country, and we actually are a weaker country, and we are less interested in rocking the boat, so to speak, meaning mechanism of mutual sanctions and mutual hits. If you have many resources, you can play. If you are limited in your resources, you would be using them very sparingly against your enemy, of course, or his partner. As to Syria, Russia did not give the United States. There was a moment when Russia cut Assad from the arms and armaments, might make Assad to be defeated. He would leave Damascus. But Russia didn't do it. It started sending supplies there. And the regime, which was thrown away by the Americans, somehow it turned out to be alive, it survived. So you don't forget such tricks or jokes. And the states were unhappy about the Russian stand and the Russian policy towards Syria. As to chemical weapons, Russia helped to resolve the issue of chemical weapons, but many observers in the States say that Russia prohibited Obama to hit another country by political means. Some of the country prohibited the States to make a just, fair hit for the use of chemical weapons. And in many countries of the world, they think that Syria used chemical weapons. And Obama was to act. And if he did act, probably there was no Crimea if Obama made the red line and he said whoever uses chemical weapons will be punished by me, by the United States. So they used it and nobody was punished. And suddenly Putin came in and there was a certain Trump in your sleeve, and the problem was to be resolved dramatically to change the regime, but regime stayed on without chemical weapons, but regime is still there. So Syria was liberated from chemical weapons, but there is a certain bitter taste in it because Assad regime was in the way because it allies Hezbollah. That's what the problem was about. Not chemical weapons, which may kill several hundred persons. They have already killed about 200,000 people. What about finances and economy? Russian business in this century and the government corrupted European leaders like Gerhard Schröder, and the US and Germany and Great Britain received laws that bribes at the territories of such countries and in other countries are crimes in Great Britain, US and Germany. And then Obama administration didn't want to take the Magnitsky Act because they thought that corruption in Russia had nothing to do with them, but then they understood that Russian money is stored in the West, and that's why it is a threat for the Western world. An uncontrolled regime without changing power, despite the fact that capitals are in the West, the regime is still dangerous. Your question. Okay, what do you think about it? I think that the fighting corruption is good if the sanctions bring about a reduction of corruption in the Russian system. I think that this is good. Maybe, well, it's side effects, but effects are positive. Okay, colleagues, I think we are up with our questions and with our time. I simply have to ask you to thank the expert for this kind of qualified and serious discussion. success to you all.
Можно вас одну вещь маленькую спросить. Как вы думаете, скоро в Сенат будут выборы? Республиканцы 60% якобы дает Нью-Йорк Таймс. Вы как думаете, сблизит Обаму с республиканцами позиция против России или нет?
Я думаю, сблизит. Я думаю, что сейчас они будут сближаться все-таки, потому что...
Леймдаком не стать.
Нет, он будет, нет, он леймдак уже сейчас, на самом деле, по определению, потому что даже не по определению, он еще, в принципе, ему долго еще оставаться на посту президента, но когда идут внутриамериканские дебаты какие-то, то о президенте практически уже не говорят, как будто бы его нет. Вот говорят о госпоже Клинтон, кто-то еще, а президента как будто бы нет. И это немножко странно, потому что обычно у президента есть очень много влияния, и куда это влияние он распределит, Обама немножечко
Молодые люди с галерки, давайте сюда, садитесь, пожалуйста. Садитесь сюда. Так, все давайте рассаживаться.
Do let us all sit down. Dear colleagues, I call this meeting to order. Sasha, the Crimea's back, so please take your seat. Crimea's back home. Dear colleagues, we resume our work. You can see that our wise Inna, as she was compiling this program, she just put it along the lines of some themes. Today we're speaking about the global policy, how international relations, what they look like today. This is the thrust of today's presentation, and this is what puts it all together, not in white, not just obviously, but even implicitly, even Tajik cows fit in. Now we continue to talk about international politics and policy. We shall discuss it with our excellent German expert, and she will be now presented by Lena. Well, it is very difficult for me to introduce Silke Tempel. Why? Because there's several very important international conferences that I attended. I suddenly realized, Andrei Alexandrovich, it's actually addressed to you. I saw a fantastic moderator and facilitator. Facilitators at such international conferences, they usually are split into several sections or sessions, each dedicated to some topic, and each session lasts about 2 hours. A panel of experts is invited, and they also invite a well-known journalist, commentator. It could be anybody from BBC to CNN and others. And amongst others, I heard Silke talk several times as she was invited to be a facilitator at such sessions, which is considered to be a very honorable duty, and you have to be very high-skilled to be recognized as such and to be invited as an expert of a level that is usually seen at annual conferences in Brussels, the German Marshall Fund. And I was several times just amazed by it, but I was amazed from the very first time I heard her speak, and the remarks that she makes, and the way she is as a facilitator, and how temperamental she could be, how she could interrupt a high-flying expert and ask him, tell me please, do you hold a different opinion, or appeal to the audience? And then approach her after one of those sessions, never expecting that I could be any success, could meet any successes. I invited her and I suggested, could you please travel to Russia and make a presentation in Russia? And it turned out that she responded in such a friendly and amicable manner. And the way she speaks about democracy, it's something really remarkable. But nowadays, because of the changing global world, she has no time to speak about democracy. So we suggested she should discuss a topic that is called, as you see it in your agenda. I'm very grateful to Silke for traveling here. She obtained a visa yesterday morning. We see major problems here even in traveling to Russia. She traveled to be here with us a day and a half. And some of you have suggested to the audience, yes, she's very open, so you can always approach her and talk to her. She's very open for communication. So far, she does not speak Russian, as yet. But through your talks, and I think we have here people who speak English, and secondly, you can invite our probably our interpreters, I strongly suggest that you should speak to her. Silke, I really am very grateful to you for being here with us. And for us, it's a great honor that an expert of your level of professionalism, every year travels to seminars by the school. That's it. Please, you now have the floor.
Well, thank you very much for having me here, because every time I'm here, it's great fun, and I really intellectually and otherwise enjoy the discussion with you guys so much that I really would not like to miss it. Lena, thank you, of course, for all the words of praise that you heaved upon me. I will dare you to repeat this to me word for word tonight, so that it makes me feel even more important. And of course, this doesn't put me under any kind of pressure here, but never mind. And then thirdly, just to remark, of course, Lena did not approach me saying, would you please come to Moscow, because we really have this interesting NGO there and we're doing this interesting work. Lena looked at me and very determinedly said, you have to come to Moscow. And I didn't feel like, saying no at all. You do not say no to Lena at all. It's my great pleasure to be here, really. When we were talking about what kind of topic I could talk about these days, I choose to do something that I'm basically doing all the time, dealing with international affairs and trying to make sense of the world. And what had helped me greatly these days was that a couple of months ago, our Foreign Minister Steinmeier started a process that he called, or gave a very unsexy and very dull name, that is Review 2014. Until the very day I have a problem spelling review really correctly. What he did was they basically asked 60 experts from all over the world and from Germany, Dmitry Trenin was among them, to answer two simple questions. What, if at all, is wrong about German foreign policy, and what, if at all, has to be changed? And I thought, that's remarkable, really. I would not know too many foreign ministers who would so plainly invite to get hit over the head, and who would so plainly and clearly invite criticism. And as the editor of a foreign policy magazine, I of course thought, well, if they do a review, then we do a review of the review. We basically skim through all the papers, and then we'll see what the world and what experts really expect from Germany, that has a much more important role these days, that is asked to be much more substantial in its engagement in foreign policy, etc., etc. Now, when I set out to read these 60 papers, well, actually in the beginning it was only 40, and then it became more. I have to admit some of the reading was quite a bit dull. Some of it was very much political science stuff. Some of them was really interesting and challenging. But one thing really struck me. I thought it was really extraordinary, that whenever all these experts tried to describe the world of today, they basically used the words since the end of the Cold War, or they would describe it in the age of globalization, or as our chancellor sometimes does it, she says, well, in the 21st century, like in the 21st century, we do not annex countries or part of other countries anymore. And that makes you wonder, as an editor, I'm obsessed with language and the precision of language, and I'd really like to have ideas formulated as precise as can be. This is why I find political science jargon so awful, because usually it's just empty words, but never mind. So why is it that we cannot find a proper description for 25 years that are passed since the fall of the Berlin Wall or since the breakdown of the Soviet Union? Why do we still have to describe it since the end of the Cold War? And that's even more remarkable when I just look at you and I would say, well, I'm one of those elderly people who do have a recollection as to what the Cold War was like and how the GDR looked like before the Berlin Wall came down. But there are plenty of you in the room who probably would not have any conscious recollection of what the Soviet Union really was like. You basically know it from tales, from history books, from what people tell you about it, but you don't have any concrete sense, and still we cannot describe it. That's remarkable. And then, of course, I thought about, in the beginning, in the 90s exactly, there were a few attempts to describe the world as it is. Some of the famous ones were, of course, Bob Kagan, who thought that America is from Mars and Europe is from Venus. And what he meant by this is that America is Martian in the sense that it would also use hard power, military power, while the Europeans are sort of these softy wimpies who are from Venus and would just put all their strength into soft power and would not like to recur so much to hard power. There was, of course, Sam Huntington, who, in a famous article in Foreign Affairs, diagnosed a clash of civilizations to come, where he identified, as far as I remember, 7 different zones of different cultures that might clash eventually, most of all the Islamic world with the other world. And then, of course, there was Frank Fukuyama and the End of History, which I think was misread a lot, or misinterpreted a lot. What he wanted to say was, with the end of the Cold War, we don't have an ideological competition anymore because there's no ideological competitor anymore to liberal democracy and market economy. Communism was dead by then. And with communism also, a once great promise of communism, namely the utterly just society, was dead with it. And I do not think that it can be resurrected in any form. So there's no ideological contender and competitor anymore. And this is the world we live in. So the only ideological model or model of universal value, perhaps, that's left over after the breakdown of communism really is liberal democracy and market economy. And when you look back into the 90s, we all seem to be very enthusiastic because, the Eastern European and Central European countries became more democratic, and there were so many think tanks who were counting the numbers of states that have become more democratic. And we all thought, Dmitry Trenin was speaking about this, that also Russia is on the way to democracy eventually. And if there was one country I can say exactly these days that sort of mocked Frank Fukuyama for his overly enthusiastic diagnosis of the world today, we certainly believed in the kind of idea that eventually, almost every country will become a bit more like us, namely democratic and namely more peaceful, etc., more engaged in international global trade than anything else. Obviously, and one can say this for the last years, this is wrong. What we didn't want to see so much was not only did a new world develop in the sense of there were new powers coming or becoming powers, the so-called emerging countries, namely China, of course. With the rise of China, the world has changed quite a bit. There are so-called BRIC countries. There's Brazil, there's India, countries that really claim to wanting to have much more of a say in international politics and who have a lot of grievances about the West, or mainly about the US, and who think that we should have a different world order than we had before. Now, when I look at these countries, I should... A bit louder, yes. I just moved the microphone a bit closer. Is that better for you? Okay. So when we look at this, we can see the rise of new countries. But the amazing thing is, when we come to think in terms of ideological competitors, that all of these countries, in one sense or the other, have elements of Western ideas or Western elements in their political systems. I mean, Brazil, so far, has become a democratic country in the sense of they have democratic institutions. I would not say that this is a perfect democratic country in many senses. I think there are lots of things to do when it comes to social injustice, but the political system is originally a Western one, or one that has been originally thought up in Europe. India, which certainly in many senses when it comes to the culture is a very unique, very specific, and in a sense not very Western country in the classic sense, but it has a more or less functioning democratic, or it has functioning democratic institutions. Japan certainly is an Asian country, but for a long time it has democratic institutions. China's reforms by Deng Xiaoping that he started in 1979 made use of an idea that originated in Europe, namely capitalism. It's just that they combined it with a communist rule, which was a hybrid nobody thought to be possible a couple of years ago, but they've been doing this very successfully. And when I look at Russia, and we come to this a bit later, I would say, oh, there's so many elements that are really visible. I just have to look around and look at all your gadgets and say, well, it's all Western technology, you know, Apple all over the place. And when I land in Sheremetyevo Airport and I see all the nice cars in the parking deck, I would say, most of those, well, should I become patriotic about this, are BMWs and Mercedeses, you know, but they're certainly not Russian-made. And there's certainly elements of also Western political thought not perhaps in the Russian system, but in Russian political culture. So the question still remains, obviously, this is a much more multipolar world, as we call it. And the systems that we see are not as clearly distinguishable as they were during the Cold War. Democracies, Western style here, which was not really true back then because we've supported a lot of authoritarian regimes as long as they were not communist, of course. And then the communist regimes over there, which, you know, was supporting some regimes, especially in the Arab world, which called themselves socialist, but were really feudal. But we don't have these blocks anymore. What we have is many more powers than before. And what we have is obviously political systems that are much more hybrid. You know, very different combinations with different elements in it. And certainly the one thing that we can say is, and that's almost banal to say, the world has become more complex. It's not one side here and one side here. And it has also become a lot messier because there are many more interests involved. There are many more different perspectives on how a global world order should look like. There are many more interests, as I said, so it has become more complex and messier. But are there also, you know, ideological challenges as to what liberal democracy and market economy is? And if you had asked me a couple of years ago, with especially the Western countries in economic troubles and not looking very well, I would have said, well, I do certainly believe in democracy, but we do look pretty battered and bruised these days. So the model has become certainly not only a few, but quite a few scratches so far. But when I look at all these different contenders, I say, where would be the ideological competition these days? And let's look really at the major forces. Is China really an ideological competition in any sense? I would say they're power, and they probably become even more powerful. But is their model really a universal one? Is this a model that other countries could adopt? I do not think so. I think, and that's what the Chinese say themselves, our model is a model sui generis. We are unique. This cannot be transferred anywhere. Is it attractive? I'm not so very sure whether it's attractive. This combination of capitalism and authoritarian rule by just one party. Is it transferable? I don't think so. Does it have much soft power? I'm not so very sure about this. So it is a contender in the sense of it becoming even more powerful, but I don't believe that it's really a competition in many senses. The one interesting thing that would happen that would make me more interested in the Chinese model would be, is it going from being a country that is basically and foremost copying inventions by other countries to a country that can invent itself? That would be an interesting question. I'd be very curious to see whether this is happening or not. One of the other contenders or competitors, really, because it thinks of itself as a counter model to the democratic West and the US and Europe, certainly is political Islam. But if you were listening closely to what Neil has been talking about this morning, the interesting thing is that most of the really Islamic groups were absolutely fantastic when it came to organizing welfare organizations and institutions in their very region. I've seen this in Gaza, I've seen this in Egypt, I've seen this in other places. Those were reliable, they were efficient, they were functioning. But the minute they're a state power, the minute they're in government, they basically reach the limits. And it was really interesting, if not tragic, to see that the Muslim Brotherhood, after so and so many years in opposition, when they were in power, and I've been speaking to many of them, did not have a clue as to what the economic policy should be, what they should do with minorities. They didn't have an idea as to what kind of rights the Copts in Egypt should have, how a society could be pluralistic, what the state or what government would have to deliver to their people, what security would mean in a society like this, and what rule of law means in a society that basically would be governed by religion. And the one thing that I love to ask people, from the Muslim Brotherhood basically was, if you're speaking about democracy, and all of them have been talking about democracy one way or the other, what do you do with religion? If you install God into the political system, how can you make sure that God can be voted out of office? End of discussion. So I don't think that political Islam really is in any form something attractive beyond those who think it's sort of a counter movement to Western modernity and something that's very genuine. Even if you look into Iran, that's been an Islamic republic for 30 years, they've basically also used elements of Western thought. I mean, the fascinating thing about Iran is that they have a parliament, and they have, for the fact that it is an authoritarian regime, a quite pluralistic political landscape with real competition before elections. And they have a president that is, done way of order. So obviously also they have to sort of borrow some of the ideas of Western modernity. And then, of course, we could, especially with the crisis in the Ukraine and annexation of Crimea, Russia has made itself into a nuisance, which is a completely different thing. Can it offer a model that is really attractive here? On one hand, I'm full of amazement over how much this country has changed over the last 25 years. But when I look at all the shops and the firms and the steel and glass buildings, they produce here, nice. But what is it that Russia is producing? Not much. When have you last seen a label with the name Made in Russia on it? I haven't for a long time. And, President Putin basically says, in the context of the Ukraine crisis, I'm here to defend Russians, and I define Russians as everybody who's Russian speaking. That makes the Russian model pretty much unattractive for everybody who's not a Russian speaker or not a Russian in this definition, and you have a lot of non-ethnically Russians in Russia itself. So what will be the model that is based on Russia, or that Russia is based on the political model, that would make it more universal and more attractive for anybody out there? So do I think that Russia is an ideological competitor in any sense that it offers something attractive? I'm afraid not. I don't think this is so. And when we define the world like this, it made me think about how do we define power then these days? And of course, we have, and we will probably always have, the old ways of defining power by military might, by making others to respect you or even to fear you. But that's not everything. There cannot be everything. This is a very, very thin layer of power because you obviously need to have resources to build on the military power. And how do you get the military power? How do you get these resources? I would say by economic power. So obviously one of the new currencies of power is economic might. And how do you produce economic might? And I would say there have to be a few elements in there as to how you can produce economic might. First of all is you have to have rule of law, because those who are entrepreneurs have to be sure that their rights are respected and that their property is respected, and that when they sue somebody who doesn't pay their bills, they would be supported by the courts. So rule of law is one. The second one is a certain creativity. And how do you produce creativity? Everybody is talking about know-how societies. But how can you produce a know-how society? And the one place where I really sort of started to understand what it means was when I was teaching at Stanford, and I was in Silicon Valley for a couple of times. And I thought, oh, this is how it works. I mean, here you have a hub like a university, which is always good to have. But what's even more important is you have an environment that is really agreeable, that is nice to live in. And I can tell you, California is a nice place to live in. But what's much more important is these kids at the university are encouraged to think differently, to come up with crazy ideas, to be skeptical, not to buy stuff that their professors tell them, but the professors are asked to really support their own critical thinking. And when you come to think why Europe in the 17th and the 18th and in the 19th century was more successful than other political cultures who were much mightier than little dirty Europe back then, was because it was the creation of critical thinking, because it was, you know, the endurance of skepticism. The simple questions, are things the way they tell me they are, or are they different? I think that's the single most element that you need in order to produce creativity. And if you don't have this, if you have schools where children are asked to basically repeat what the teacher says or what the TV blares out, then you're lost. You're not going to have a pool of really creative people who can be creative in all kinds of different fields. And a third, of course, is something that I referred to earlier. This is what Joseph Nye has called the soft power. What's funny is, and I don't know whether you know, but there are so many think tanks right now, not only think tanks, but basically consultant firms who are being asked not only by firms and companies, but by countries to do something about their image abroad, because they understand this is something important. And actually, if I was such a consultant, I would be sure that I wouldn't make any money, because the one single most answer I would give, if you really want to do something about your image abroad, don't hire spin doctors for a hell of amount of money. Do things better at home. No. Be reliable, be transparent, have rule of law. That would help when it comes to image. So soft power and the attractiveness of the political system obviously is something that is very, very important. Now, so far, I have not been saying anything about the Western democracies, but I will now. Because, of course, it's not only authoritarian regimes that make mistakes or that have failures and flaws and even bigger flaws, but we see this in democracies as well. We see that, you know, in a democracy like the United States, we have a confrontation in the Congress that makes it almost impossible for the president to rule in many senses. We have worries in Western democracies whether our system of decision-making is too complex to really react sometimes as immediate as it is necessary. We, of course, in the European Union have a problem of legitimacy, with people feeling that things are being decided in Brussels and the people in Europe cannot decide about it themselves. So what I'm saying is, also democracies are not without flaws. And this is not just to make an excuse, oh, you know, I mean, now I've been lashing out against authoritarian regimes, and now I say something not so nice about democracies. No, this is systematic in the sense that democracies are not built on perfection. They're built on the assumption that people are not perfect, and that the system is not perfect. And the single most element in democracy that is needed, apart from rule of law, of course, is checks and balances, or the understanding that constantly, where there is men at work, you have to correct errors. And when you transfer this into the realm of global politics, and when we assume that I am right when I'm saying the world is becoming much more messier than it's been before, or it's been for a long time, it's been pretty messy in the 19th century as well, then there's one single most necessity that we have to deal with, and that is correcting errors. And then I came to the conclusion, this might not be a very sexy name, really, and this might sound complicated. But if I was to choose a name for the era we live in, then I would like to call it the era of the necessity to making corrections. Corrections, to correct ourselves, to correct errors. And I think if there is a competition between political systems, then it is the question, how much does my own system and the institutions of my system and the society I live in and the political culture I live in allow me to speak out openly, to name mistakes when I see them? How much do they allow dissent? How much do they further a public opinion that is really independent? How much do they give you the feeling that if 90% say the same thing, something must be wrong about it? You know, that cannot be correct, right? How much does it enhance skepticism? How much does it provide you security in the sense that if I go before court, I have a good chance, you know, to get my right? And how much does it allow you critical thinking? And I guess those are the questions that we have to deal with. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm very much looking forward to your questions.
Well, I'm not sure about the entire audience, but I think they feel the same. I'm really struck by the talk, by the story, since on the one hand it was very much practical and entertaining only one question. So if you are a sensible person, if you have common sense, how you can make a freedom for yourself without jeopardizing other people's rights. And I understand that nothing is perfect, but we should really think of those opportunities and capabilities that help us to enjoy our own freedom, not at the expense of somebody else's freedom. Certainly Zilka was very emotional and pathetic in her presentation, telling us about the ways to balance those circumstances. And the strive for freedom is really part of human living. And it's certainly up to the individuals to see their ways, but as Ilka put it, it could be achieved through creativity, through critical thinking, and which is really very important to us. And critical thinking has nothing to do with cynicism and hypocrisy. It's skepsis, it's considerations, deliberations, and in our case, I think we can add optimism of our will, so that we are optimistic about being able to do something. And that's my comment on Zilka's wonderful presentation. Спасибо. So we are moving to Q&A and discussions. Anton has finally joined us. We were waiting for him so long, and I'm giving him the first floor. I'm Anton Petrov from St. Petersburg.
The question in English, I guess. Thank you so much, Ms. Temple. My question will be connected actually with the work of one of the supporters of this school. It's Christopher Coker. He has a book which is called, I guess in English, Dawn of the West. In this book, he shows to which extent, for example, Germany was in opposition to the West in, for example, 19th century. And in fact, Germany has provided a lot of attractive alternatives in culture, first of all, such as, for example, Hegel's works and Weber's works, and even Mann was telling a lot of words that were opposing to the liberal democratic regimes of the West at the time. But as we know, now Germany is one of the columns of the West. And even though they have actually provided a lot of attractive opportunities for the European culture as opposed to the West. So Christopher Coker gives certain answer to this question, why this happened. He says that there is some kind of a destiny of European countries that they have only way to become liberal democracies. There is no other way. And this way started from the French Revolution. And Russia is one of the countries which also has the same destiny. What would be your reaction to this question? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Just as a general confession here, I do not believe in historical destiny at all. And I know that quite a few German thinkers and philosophers have been musing about the kind of destiny, and also some others as well, historical determinism and so on and so on. But history is made by decisions and by wrong decisions and by right decisions sometimes, and not by any form of destiny. And if we think about Germany's role, Germany certainly was one of the countries that really had, to say the least, a very complex relationship with modernity and the promises of modernity which were made with the American Revolution, and I would like to name it, we tend to forget this, and the French Revolution in 1789, of course. And Thomas Mann, you reminded us correctly about this, basically also made this one difference that was valid for such a long time in German society between einer Kulturnation, a nation of culture, and einer Zivilisation. So Western liberal democracies would be civilizations, they would not be authentic, they would not be rooted in a certain history, while Germany is rooted in its history. Now, this hasn't much to do with destiny. This had a lot to do with the repercussions of the 30 Years' War and the fact that Germany did not have a political entity to speak of. But many German-speaking people, they would try to identify it. So there was basically a term to help Germans to identify with everybody German-speaking, but not living in one entity, which France had, or Great Britain had for a long time, or England at least. And Germany was also the one European country that came up with the one system that was in many ways also the negative answer to modernity, and that, of course, is National Socialism. I do not think that it was very attractive. It was the single most destructive historical event and movement in Germany. And I really, really believe that with the decision after 1949, with the establishment of the Federal Republic of Germany, and then, of course, also of the Democratic Republic of Germany, the one strategic idea of Konrad Adenauer, namely West integration, was the most important and most useful historical and political decision made in Europe, because it basically ended the Germany from oscillating between East and West, but it made it rooted in a European political system, namely the European Union, where it is clearly a totally integrated part of. For the first time in her history, Germany is not the unruly nation in the center of Europe, but Germany is basically a saturated nation in the center of Europe. And that, I think, is a great achievement.
Так, коллеги, у меня есть еще...
Dear colleagues, on my list there is Denis Borakov with his comment. He is our graduate, and he is an international affairs expert.
It was good to recall everything about Fukuyama and Huntington. So I have a critique. I disagree with you completely that Putin's model is not attractive. Why? I think it's really attractive for those many regimes and transitions. I will give you a few examples. I'll give you an example of Turkey, which is a democracy, but many Turkish friends that I have are complaining about Erdogan's authoritarian bent. Then it's India with the new government of Modi, and there was an Indian student here at the last session, and he was complaining about that too. And also Thailand, Mexico, all those countries. I would say that what you said is a democratic delusion. You believe that people judge these models, but I think it's not the people that judge them. It's the dictators or political leaders that, choose a model that will help them stay in power. And I will describe this model in a few words. It's charisma, it's the promise of stability, it's nationalism, and it's an appeal to an erstwhile glory. And I think that Putin's model is very popular these days because it allows many dictators, promote their interests using these specific topics that I've just mentioned. What would be your response to this?
I think we have to distinguish between two different things. What I said was, is the model per se an attractive model that can be imitated or transferred to another place? And I would say no, there's nothing in Putin's model, apart from the classic old elements of an authoritarian regime, that can be transferred. And actually, authoritarian regimes don't have to be transferred. Unfortunately enough, they build themselves very often. I mean, Turkey is a good example. While you're mentioning it, Turkey has started as a certainly not flawless democracy. Turkey was, in the beginning years of Erdogan, more democratized because what he tried to do was to integrate groups that were not part of the secular elite. And we thought that was a good thing to do because democracies ought to be inclusive. But he's now turning it into an authoritarian regime with all the classic elements in it, that is, censorship on media, brutality against demonstrations. Now so many people from the judiciary and the police have been arrested. I don't think that Erdogan really needs Putin. What you mean is that Putin certainly reflects some kind of a sympathy in the sense of it's about time somebody confronts the West. But that doesn't have anything to do with the attractiveness of the model. Because the model of Russia, especially when it's based on we are here to protect Russians wherever they are, cannot be attractive to anybody who's not Russian. It's very folkish in its sense, right?
Erdogan can say we'll protect the Turks.
Well, Erdogan does not say he protects the Turks. I mean, he says basically he asks them to vote when he goes to Turkey, but I don't think that he would ever get the idea that he should sort of annex Kreuzberg, which is a part of a Turkish neighborhood, to Turkey. I don't think that he's going that far, and I don't think that I do believe that this would be a very futile undertaking. What I'm saying is, it might be that some people might get ideas. And I think this makes it so important. This makes the way we respond to what we've seen by Putin and over the last couple of months so very important. Are we going to accept this or not? Will we have a clever, smart answer to this or not? But I still think that he might get a few friends for a limited period of time. But look, I mean, if you mention Mexico is basically asking whether it can be part of TTIP, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership that the Europeans and the Americans are just now negotiating, because certainly Mexico would not like to be part of the economic realm of Russia. Not even Kazakhstan did like the idea of being part of the Eurasian Union, and not even Belarus likes the idea, much less Ukraine. Ukraine didn't like it at all. This is why they were for the EU Association Agreement, because they did not want to let this option pass, where finally they could get on the path of development like Poland. See, when you talk to Ukrainians, and I think there are Ukrainians among us, so they could better speak for themselves, but my impression was that many of them basically said, look, I mean, we just have to, we had basically the same level of economic development like Poland in 1990, 1991. Now, Poland's growth has been so much more sustainable, and Poland has been so much more successful. Why is it that we are not there? And that's a very legitimate question. And they saw the association agreement as a way to get out of this, the kind of corruption, the kind of charisma, the kind of authoritarian rule that you're describing. It might be attractive for a limited period of time, just like Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was attractive to Hugo Chavez of Venezuela and a few other rogue people who are not very attractive to their own people after a while. But I don't think it's very sustainable in the long run. And the problem about charisma, let me add a thing about this. What I really like about democracies, and what sometimes seems to be their weakness, is that basically they're uncharismatic. It's a very down-to-earth, uncharismatic political system. And if you would ask me to name one of the most uncharismatic, I mean actually deliberately uncharismatic leaders in the Western world, I would name Angela Merkel. She makes a business about being uncharismatic and not being a charismatic macho guy like Gerhard Schröder was. And this is actually what I like about her, because the point about democratic systems is everyone has to be replaceable. Everyone. So if you have democratic great leaders, sometimes things go a bit more smoothly, and sometimes they go a bit better. The one flaw about dictatorships is they build on the charisma of one person. And this one person is for some reason, you know, not in place anymore. What do you do then? Each and every dictatorship I've seen has had problems of succession. Each and every one. Now, democratic regimes sometimes, I mean, Tom Friedman put it really nicely when he said, the American political system was thought up by geniuses, so it can be run by idiots as well. And I think he's right. The point is, can we have successions, and many successions, without turmoil? Because this is exactly what we need. And this is why I think, in the long run, the charismatic model might be attractive to some, and they're even attractive to some in Europe. I mean, Le Pen's far-right movement and some others, but they are not very attractive in the long run.
Очень хорошее начало дискуссии у нас.
That's a great start of the discussion, and I understand that some people took your assumptions literally and put them under criticism.
По душе. Продолжаем.
Let's move on. Well, you are from Pskov, but you carry a very strange T-shirt. I'm Alexei Semenov from Pskov. Thank you very much, Zorka, for your presentation. And here comes my question. Well, while talking, you used the term of soft power quite frequently. In Russia, it's also quite a popular political term. And the presidential administration and the foreign ministry and some other institutions have been using that term, I'm afraid, in a wrong meaning. So, to the best of my knowledge, that term of soft power is more typical of English-speaking discourse, while in Germany they use the term of smart force. So could you explain if the terms are the same or they have some difference? And if so, what is the difference?
Well, the one who brought up the term of smart power was actually Hillary Clinton. And I thought, well, we do a whole lot of declination of what power is. We have hard power, we have soft power, now we have smart power. In Germany, because this was the question you asked me, in Germany we basically use pretty much the word soft power in the English term. We don't even use a German translation for this. And what we mean is basically really the attractiveness of a certain model that could create trust and that would make some of the dealings easier. Now, soft power would have been, just to name one example for Germany, when the euro crisis began, and mainly Angela Merkel and some others made Greece really to follow a very strict program of cutting down on expenses for bureaucracy, etc., austerity measures. Merkel was funny about it because she said, well, I've never heard before the word austerity, but now here it is. It would have been great if she had traveled to Greece just to say, listen, everyone, I know this will be very, very hard for you, and I would really like to make an attempt to explain to you why I think those are the right measures and why I think at the end it will be successful. She didn't. She did it far too late. That would have been a perfect example of soft power, I assume. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Don't mistake me, however. I do not think that soft power alone is enough for a world that is confusing, that is complex, that is very, very messy, and where other people do use a lot of hard power. So if there's one mistake in Europe so far, then I think that we are not really aware of what hard power should mean to us. But soft, and just to make a difference between smart power, I'm not so very sure whether Hillary Clinton really ever defined what exactly she meant by smart power. But as somebody who's dealing with international relations a lot, I would say smart power is when you are acting in a way that leaves as many as possible different options open to you. Just to give you an example, there was one part in Dimitri's speech where I do disagree with him. I do not see that European media is vilifying Putin as Hitler. I mean, there were comparisons with Hitler, and then there was a huge discussion in Germany, can we compare him to Hitler? Isn't that stupid? Blah, blah, blah. So there's not much vilifying, but from what I can see, from the little that I see on English Russian media, is that in a situation where all of the separatists in the Ukraine are constantly hailed as the great heroes, and where the Ukrainian government is constantly vilified as the fascists, this is not only factually not right, this closes basically the options that you have, because you basically train a general public to see the world like you do. Now, there is no chance for you to sort of change course when it's necessary. When one day it would be more necessary, for example, to say, we cannot go on supporting the separatists in Ukraine because there is a backlash, like there's a backlash after the downing of the Malaysian airplane. And there's a huge backlash. I can tell you, Putin basically has lost Germany with the downing of this flight. Now, what do you do? And this is what I would define as smart power. See to it that even in a complex, very messy world, you have quite a few range of options open that you can choose from to follow the goal that you define at the end. And if you sort of make your paths really very small, I would say that's dumb power then.
Продолжаем. Вопрос из Польши, я вижу. Коллега, прошу.
A question from a Polish person.
A little bit closer to a mic, please.
I want to ask about Ostpolitik and about, is it, how you see this after years? Do you see it as a kind of success? And do you feel like Germany should follow this rather soft way of treating Russia?
Thank you for this really important question. We've mentioned West integration as one very, very important strategic decision for West Germany. And I think the almost natural complementary step was Ostpolitik. Because it really, what it meant at the time, the way I understand it in hindsight, was here we are, the status quo is not going to change anytime soon. We have to not confront them, but also to engage them in order to make it also easier for people, especially in East and West Germany, to see each other, or at least West Germans to see families in East Germany. And the slogan of Ostpolitik at the time, of course, was Wandel durch Annäherung, change through rapprochement, you would call this. And then it became a bit more change through trade, something that sort of left out that Ostpolitik was also meant to support the civil rights movement in the Eastern Bloc and to sort of really bring a slow change of this political system about. This part, sort of the humanitarian part, was largely forgotten after a while. And then over the last years, it was amazing how Ostpolitik was recycled, and it became Ostpolitik 2.0 in a sense. It was not called Wandel durch Annäherung or Wandel durch Handel anymore, change through trade, but Wandel durch Annäherung, change through rapprochement. And the idea was, as I said, as we were the true believers in Frank Fukuyama, really, the idea was that eventually, in the age of globalization, here we are again, with further integration through economic means, basically not so democratic regimes would change after a while because there would be a middle class, and the middle class would after a while also ask for political rights, and they would sort of ask for reforms, they would ask for change. What we have not been prepared for, and I'm speaking for Germany now, is that for somebody who would basically say, oh, that's a fine concept. Do you change through rapprochement? Do it until you're blue in the face. But I do have different ideas. I have different interests. And actually, one of the interests I have is to have Crimea and not to have Ukraine be part of the European Union, because I had designed Ukraine for the Eurasian Union, and you're getting into my sphere of influence and interests. So I do believe that Ostpolitik was a very good concept, and it still could be. But what we learn right now is the limits of a politics of rapprochement, because obviously at a certain time, or at certain points, there are events that are not acceptable. Dimitri has been speaking about the case of Syria. I was appalled when Obama first set red lines, and then the red lines were crossed, and he did exactly nothing. And that's encouraging, basically, for people who set out to cross red lines anyway. Now, you could, of course, think about how useful is it to define red lines in the first place if you don't want to keep them? Are you really ready to? It's like in education, if you say, you go to bed now or else, you better think hard about what or else is and whether you want to really do it. So you either don't define any red lines at all, or if you define them, you better stick to them. What I'm saying with that is there are limits to rapprochements, and there are times, unfortunately, where one has to draw red lines and try to keep them because something is happening that is not acceptable to others. Which does not mean, by the way, that there should not be room for talks and negotiations at the same time. I mean, gosh, we are not in a girls' boarding school where international politics is not about, and now I'm not talking to you anymore. I mean, you have to. But there are limits of understanding, and I'm afraid when Angela Merkel says so-and-so lives in a different world, she might be right, and there are limits of understanding. And then Ostpolitik is not a very valid, obviously not a very valid concept anymore, but one that should be reinstalled as soon as there's a common base of talks and as soon as we can negotiate on a few basic things.
Так. Я, коллеги, заинтересован.
Colleagues, I'm interested in involving as many of you in the discussion as possible. So we have some activists who appear to be particularly interested in asking questions, which is of course good. But I would certainly be interested in your wider engagement. Yes, please. Now, probably Ivan. Yes. Thank you. Ivan Vlasov from Königsberg.
Yeah. Our last speaker, Mr. Trenin, who you mentioned, was asked who can be the perfect mediator in talks between Russia and Ukraine now. And his answer was, yes, it's Germany. But Germany won't do that because they're not ready for the role of European political leader and potential competitor for the United States. Do you subscribe to this point of view, and why? Thank you.
Or why not? Germany already is trying to keep the line open with Vladimir Putin. The one leader in Europe and actually in the Western world who's on the phone most with Vladimir Putin is Angela Merkel. And that's not only because Angela Merkel speaks some decent Russian, and they might converse in Russian every once in a while, which sometimes helps in the mutual understanding. When it comes, well, let me first say where I disagree. I do disagree on the notion of Germany assuming a specific role where it could become, what was the exact expression anymore, where Germany could become sort of a supplement for the United States?
He told that now Germany is economic leader for the European Union, and in that case, it will become a political leader and competitor for the United States.
Competitor was heard. I'm not so very sure whether Germany should become a competitor of the United States, and I do not see the need to become a competitor. because this is not, we are not in a situation where Europe or Germany would be struggling over, spheres of influence or anything, or having more of a say in certain things. But this is about a critical dialogue within the so-called Western world, or let's say between Europe and the US, or Germany and the US specifically. We have a lot of grievances about the US right now, but we also have a lot of agreements with the US. So I would not really like, I would not at all like Germany become a competitor to the US. I like it to be a country that assumes a more responsible role, that is less shy about foreign policy than it has been for many years because of the Cold War situation. Indeed, it has to relearn the role in many ways, and I can see it in the discussions in Berlin that we are not yet really used to this role. I do think it assumes responsibility in the Ukraine crisis. As I said, it keeps the lines open with Vladimir Putin. It can only be thought when it comes to foreign policy in the context of Europe. Of course, Germany can formulate certain ideas. It can push certain ideas. It can see to it that it finds certain groups of countries that would be engaged in certain fields for the Southern Partnership in North Africa, for the Eastern Partnership in Eastern Europe. But it will not, and it cannot go it alone, because this is not what Europe allows, and this is not what the EU was made for. It has to find partners, and when Merkel in the beginning of the Ukraine crisis said, if there ever will be sanctions, then they have to be agreed by from Riga to Lisbon. Then this is a very important statement, because we know that Riga wants to see a tougher line. But we are not so sure about Portugal, because Portugal has to come out of an economic recession, but they have to be on board eventually. There can be one leading nation, and it would be very natural if it would be Germany these days. But it has to act in a framework, and that's the European Union. Mediating about the Ukraine with Russia. I don't think it's about mediating and who's being the mediator. This is about a willingness to agree on certain fundamentals. And the first fundamental would be, does Ukraine have the right to decide which association or which, really don't like the word camp, but which kind of institution or organization it wants to belong to? I would say naturally yes. Everything else would be a mockery of the self-determination of people. And from what I can see, this crisis has been the single most unifying or nation-building event in Ukraine. If they weren't sure whether they were really Ukrainians or something else, now they are, in a huge extent. What does mediating over Ukraine mean? And the fundamentals we have to agree. The fundamentals we have to agree is, it cannot be that a country sends in military equipment into another country in order to support a separatist movement. If there's a separatist movement, then we have to see to it that this is expressing its will by civil means and not by military means. And if you looked at the separatists who are there, how many of them are Ukrainian really? And how many of them are Russian? So this is the basics we have to agree. There is no, there is no balance of everybody is a bit right. There have to be a few basics that we can agree on before there is mediating. And then the mediating cannot be over Ukraine. I do not see any situation where there is a mediating over Ukraine without the Ukrainians. Now, if the Ukraine, they are the main force in this. This is about their country, isn't it? So if they are on board, and if they are on board big, and if there's a government who's willing to negotiate with them, and if they agree to it, it's fine, and then they can ask for a mediator. But if that condition is not fulfilled, I don't see anybody that doesn't have so much to do with Germany taking upon itself the willingness to mediate. This has to do with the situation on the ground, really, in my view at least.
Так, ну хорошо.
Who do you choose?
Да, коллега напротив меня.
Yes, please. Colleagues, you may ask questions in Russian. Mr. Kovalchuk from Khabarovsk. You have said that the world is more complex today and is more difficult to describe. Before 1989, the bipolar world was more predictable, and it happened so that this world before 1989, while it might have been approaching the brink of a crisis, there was a very high threat, and the cost of a mistake was extremely high. Today, it appears that the world is more diverse, and do you believe that this diversity is in any way because of this diversity, there is less danger of a global conflict, nuclear conflict, and how difficult or how more difficult it is to contain proliferation of the nuclear weapons?
Proliferation of nuclear weapons, of course, is important. This is why we are so engaged, and this is an example of European foreign policy when it comes to Iran, because really we all have an interest in not having more proliferation of nuclear weapons. But if you look, see, it is a matter of how we judge things. First of all, the world of the Cold War, of course, was dangerous in the way that we thought there could be a nuclear Armageddon somewhere. You know, if people are irrational, there could be a nuclear war, and that's the end of the world. And whole generations grew up with this, and that, of course, was difficult. But then there was a certain rationality in it as well. The whole system of deterrence in the Cold War functioned because we've had rational actors so far who said, we are not going to the brink. This is mad in a way, but we are not going to the brink. We are not that self-destructive. When we judge how safe or secure is the world in the sense of how many people really die in conflicts, this has not become any better, really. And the point is, most people who die in conflict certainly did not die in any kind of full war ever since World War II. They died in so-called small wars. And they died not by the big weapons, really, but the single most deadly weapon in the world is the AK-47, because it's the one that is most pervasive in the world. That's the one, that's really a weapon of mass destruction, in a way, because it's used in so many conflicts. Of course, I could name a few others, but this is the one that is most proliferated, in a sense. And if you look at Syria, and the issue about weapons of mass destruction was brought up today, this is not a war where it is about, the use of weapons of mass destruction in the sense of chemical weapons. There were a few hundred people killed by this, which is really outrageous. I mean, using these weapons is outrageous. But the really sad thing about these conflicts is that most of the the tragedy in Syria is not due to any kind of really weapon of mass destruction, but to barrel bombs by the Syrian army. I mean, they fill barrels with dynamite and they just throw it into civil neighborhoods. And it is due to the smaller weapons that terrorist groups like ISIS and others carry in order to fight Hezbollah. So this is what I mean by the world has become more diverse in many senses, and diversity in this civil sense is something that is wonderful. But what I was describing when it comes to security and stuff is we've seen so many smaller wars with thousands of people killed and thousands of people displaced. One of the places that we don't even think about anymore is Congo, where thousands of people get killed and there's the whole cities of refugees. So what I mean by that is, that's exactly what I meant by messier. We don't have a time anymore. This is not a period of time where we might expect World War III, but we have many, many places of conflict with many, many victims all over the world. And since these are asymmetric warfares, we do not have all too many means to really stop this. It's a very complicated way to stop asymmetric conflicts, very complicated, because it's not about defeating the other party. It's about sort of getting it into a political process as well, and gosh, this is darn difficult.
Мы продолжаем, коллеги, 15 минут у нас.
15 more minutes. Timur Zhakhov from Ingushetia. If I may tell a story, several years ago I was in Germany, and this was during the famous events when a young couple tried to uphold their case for marriage. They were a brother and sister, an incestuous couple. 2 kids were sick, 2 kids were healthy. There was a long legal story, but when I was there, the Supreme Court of Germany was ruling out which was to decline their petition for marriage, which was primarily due to the fact that the German constitution and the German legal framework is based on the Christian precepts. You have been very critical about the political Islam. And the political Islam, as far as I know, as far as I am aware of it, is not a model of a theocratic state. It is more of a combination of democratic principles and religious principles. And the example of Egypt is not particularly happy because of some sporadic events. The people who came to the helm of power were unprepared people, unprepared for governance of such a major country, whereas Turkey would be a lot more a successful example when for several decades, and this is something that you have mentioned, where the so-called political Islam was being forwarded, including the past elections when Mr. Erdogan could gain a victory over his political adversaries.
Well, so far, with the possible exception of Tunisia, where Islamist party is also in the government, I have not really seen a model where an Islamist party really, and I come to Turkey in a minute, really could fulfill the requirements of democracy to the full. And we have to see about Tunisia. And the requirements of democracy would say, and I'm saying this is an ideal, I'm not saying that this is achieved right away, would be a promise of equality of people regardless of their race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, and you name it. So far, I have not seen any kind of thinking in the world of political Islam where it would become clear that these requirements are fulfilled, right? Turkey is a very specific case, and for a while, I really had been thinking that, yes, they have figured out how to do this. I mean, there is, with the AKP, there is a party that really manages to be inclusive. And I think it was necessary that after decades, where the Turkish democracy was defined by a secular elite, and actually people who would wear, or women who would wear a headscarf were banned from attending universities. I thought this is non-democratic. This is a real flaw. I think people should choose for themselves what they want to wear on their heads. And if it's 3-meter-high hats, you know, I mean, do what you want. That Erdogan was inclusive in the way that he made it possible for a more conservative part of Turkey to become also an elite, you know, to sort of participate much more in the political system. What we see now is very frustrating, really. And I had once the pleasure to moderate or to interview Erdogan in a session at the German Council on Foreign Affairs where I work. What we see now is not very encouraging. What we see now is changes in the constitution. What we see now is the arresting of judges. What we see now is the oppression of independent media. What we see now is the undermining of democracy. And with that, a real chance to see an Islamic party, a political Islamic party in power that would not make the mistake to sort of think that their way is the only way to pursue. What I was talking about when I was so critical about political Islam is the question, did they really think hard about what they can deliver, what a government and a state has to deliver to its citizens? And I was surprised. I was sure that, the Muslim Brotherhood was established in the 1920s. They had 7 decades to think about what would be our economic policy if one day we would come into power. What do we think does a state have to do? What will be the rights of our citizens? What will be the place of religion in our government? And they were totally helpless when it came to this. And they're not the only one. Hamas in the Gaza Strip did not deliver anything to the population over the last 8 years. And I've been there several times. Even without the war, nothing. And that's really sad. So what I'm saying is what they lack is a clear idea about what makes the state efficient. As I said, they were very, very efficient and remarkably and admirably so when it came to building and running welfare institutions. But on a larger extent, on the level of governance, so far, what I've seen is failure. And that's sad, really, more than anything else. Much of the thought in political Islam was basically only focused on moral laws within society, the role of women, etc. My God, there are bigger things to think about. But one of the things that they have to think about is, well, what do we do with the concept of equality of human beings? And any political order that does not write it into their constitution and makes a serious attempt to reach this ideal is not a democracy for me. You can call it whatever you want to, but don't call it democracy because it isn't one. I cannot call a laptop a piece of wood or a piece of wood a laptop if it isn't one. So there's much talk about democracy, but the kind of thinking about what does pluralism mean in a society where there are not only Muslims? Are non-Muslims entitled to the same rights? It's not that there's a final conclusion on this. I'm just surprised that there has been so little thinking on these issues.
Саша, у нас Украина вне очереди всегда.
The Ukraine question from the Ukraine.
Ukraine. A bit theoretical question about political language. You said it's not maybe enough now. So maybe how could we make this language more clear and more understandable also in the context of maybe understanding by different cultures and also in context of non-relative truth? Thank you.
My God, couldn't you choose a less complicated question? It's late in the afternoon, everybody is hot and tired. Really, this would be such a great task, and this is what I meant by critical thinking. Time and again to figure out whether what I hear and what I see are really the facts. Perhaps this helps. Hannah Arendt traveled to Germany a couple of years after the end of the Second World War. And she wrote an essay for Commentary, which was called Journey to Germany, something like that, very, very plain. And she made quite a few really interesting observations. For example, that Germans blamed about everyone for the Second World War but themselves. Second World, there's no doubt Germany brought us about all of Europe. Germany invaded the Soviet Union and not the other way around. And what she figured was there is this kind of disease which she called mistaking facts, opinions for facts. And I think this is a very widespread disease. And I think this is, as a journalist at least, this is something that I really have to get myself to do time and again, to really ask, well, in this case, what really are the facts and what are the opinions, and how can I distinguish between the two in the most precise way? I'm not saying that this is ever to be reached. I mean, this is the great thing about relative truths that we've introduced with modernity instead of absolute truths, which are a matter of religion and stuff, or ideologies. Ideologies also tend to have absolute truths, is that you have to do the darn tedious work to time and again try to distinguish between what are the facts on the ground, is what I see really what's happening, especially in the times of media that tempts us with pictures and with images, which are very often much less reliable than we tend to believe, because they can be manipulated or called. But we're all visual people. We tend to believe images more than we believe words. But still, our job as journalists, as intellectuals, still is, what is it that really happened, and what is the opinion about it?
Так, Dragan сейчас задаст вопрос, коллеги.
Dragan will ask the last question of the session.
The colleague journalist, I would ask you, what's your comment about the propaganda war that's going on in any wars, we might say, but this situation with Russia and Ukraine, and situation that we have in Western media where sort of we do not see the other side, or the atrocities, of course, that are happening on both sides. And, if you are here for a couple of days, you might be amazed what kind of filter or things or informations you do not hear outside of Russia. And do you think that this kind of antagonizing, not just Vladimir Putin as a person, but Russia as a state, and we know how much important in this society state and symbolism is, can cause anti-Western sentiments within the Russian society, and who is going to deal with that in the future?
Well, as to your last remark, I'm afraid that we all have to deal with this in the future. There's one thing that I've been observing for a long time, even before these conflicts around Ukraine, and you can see it in other contexts as well, especially the Middle East, is the kind of PR campaigning that is taking place. And what I'm worried about is, I have to admit, I'm not an obsessive, but I'm of course a user of Facebook, and I have a Twitter account, and I like to look into these accounts and to see what is it that people are posting. But what is happening is something that is totally contradicting in a way what we've just said. That is, social media make it a lot easier for us to choose the people we want to listen from or to listen to, and to ban those people who might have opinions or who might also sometimes post facts that are inconvenient for us, that we do not want to register as much. And what I also see is a tendency in general in the media of emotionalizing and dramatizing rather than reporting the facts. I mean, for a long time this has been going on also in quality media, that there's no clear distinction anymore between an op-ed and an opinion piece and just a dry report about, the classical where, when, what, who, and so on. This, of course, in this context, this has a totally different dimension. And as I said, I do not understand the Russian media, but I do get some translations sometimes. And I have never seen a campaign as as almost, airtight as this one, where almost nothing that would be a contradictory view is led through. And really, when I look into the Western media, some of it gets me up the walls as well. as I said, I do not see the kind of vilifying of Putin. I've been checking, most of the covers for the last 3 years of The Economist. I didn't see the Hell cover anymore. Probably Dimitri did mistake it for a cover by Time magazine. I do not see the vilifying. I do see, over the last month, I do see an attempt to understand what's going on and to send people there, to report from the place in a way that we can understand it somehow. Some of it might be biased one way or the other, but I do see the attempt to sort of get a clearer picture of what is happening. The general mood, I can tell you, has been changing, not over the reporting. The general Germany
reigned in most countries of the world when the market economy in most countries became the defining factor for what is happening in the sphere of economy, in the market of ideas, and because markets operate along the same lines in Mexico and New Zealand or in Poland with some differences, however, still very similarly. This led to a situation whereby the rules of the game get closer to each other, and there are less and less things that may or must be fought over. It is also understood that if about 500 years ago, and there's one of the groups that made that started its statement from this, be it in Britain, France, tried to expand their spheres of influence, to conquer colonies, to acquire more and more land, to get more dominions. Then in the past decades, this has changed. Even the such acts of several nations, like the campaigns of the United States in Iraq, were not aimed at transforming Iraq into the U.S. colony. So there was hardly any intention or ambition to make Iraq a U.S. colony, similar to what Spain or Portugal did in the imperial period of expansion in South America. So the world order and the motivation of countries have changed radically in the world. And while the markets, and if the markets are permeable, then this reduces the number. And it happens so that the United Territories or the annexed territories require so much money, investment, and other involvement. Economically, such an annexation may turn into a disaster. However, this changed almost abruptly in the past year, and I will read several headlines which prompt us that it seems that we got back to the times when the leaders of mental games were the likes of Mr. Kissinger or Mr. Brzezinski and other geopolitical monsters. The headlines, which are published every day, are something like that. Closer to China, geopolitical plans for Eurasia, a Eurasian age, or Cold War 2.0, and the return of geopolitics. So quite a few publications under these names, both in English and Russian. So the return of geopolitics is a recent article by Walter Russell Mead, one of the best historians of diplomacy and another true geopolitical animal. And let me just read a couple of passages. from that upon which we will divide in groups. The text was written in about March, April of 2014 when Russia entered Crimea. 2014 promises to be a troublesome year because geopolitical adversaries have gotten into the very middle of the world arena. Russia having annexed Crimea, China in its territorial waters, Japan and Iran, which are trying to use Hezbollah and Syria to get a dominating position in the Middle East. All these powers show a tendency of reverting to the previous centers of power in the international politics. Clearly, our today's work in the groups is, in a way, a continuation of the presentation of Mr. Dmitry Trenin. The United States and the European Union view these changes with anxiety. They would rather prefer to defer the issues of domination and military matters by substituting them the issues of global order, including the human rights, climate change, non-proliferation, and the rule of law. And one of the long and far goals of the US and the EU was a change in the international politics from a zero-sum game to a more balanced attitude. Having been dragged back into the matrix of geopolitical rivalry changes the character of international politics. So one should say that the West did not expect the geopolitics to return with vengeance. And it appears that the US and Europe thought that the breakup of the Soviet Union meant the victory of liberal capitalist democracy and the actual end of the Cold War time rivalry. It seemed that the hard power times have gone into history, and it seemed that in the world diplomacy the countries have passed into the so-called soft power mode, whereby the cultural and economic influence become much more important, and the influence would in the foreign territories would then be viewed not as a annexation, but rather as the export of one's way of life. So today we are trying to consider this question of geopolitics, and do we believe that this is a step back, a step into the past, a failure, a regress, or do we believe that if geopolitics in the 21st century will continue to play an important role, what kind of geopolitical configuration shall we see in this century, taking into account that there is an increasing number of nuclear powers? What will we see in the geopolitical configuration, given that there are less and less non-involved, non-market economy countries, and even Cuba and there are less and less countries which are not a part of this system. So what kind of geopolitics shall we see? 6 groups, remember? You remember each other? You know each other well, and your positions, your views are up to you. It is 19 minutes past 9, and we shall meet here at 10. Yes, you may decide on where to convene as groups. Yeah. The group on the herb.
Там будет метаться между группами.
но, наверное, группа размер имеет значение, встречается на том же месте.
The group size does matter, will meet in the same place. Group number 6 will meet in the same place. То есть вот здесь.
Сейчас настроимся.
Станислав Лазовский.
Ребята, если потеряны, набирайте Google, Павел Цыганков, геополитика. Там все. Вот прям открывайте, читайте и все. Вот открывайте статью, читайте, все поймете.
Друзья, начинаем.
Dear friends, we're about to begin. One of the groups, I shared this story with one of the groups, but it seems that it would be useful to hear for you all. Well, today's issue of Financial Times tried to survey people in Russia, oligarchs, politicians, government officials, what they think about the Hague verdict about 50 billion award to Yukos. And they're citing some anonymous official close to Putin. Well, this is the way he was named in the Financial Times. It must be Dmitry Peskov, we assume, who is press secretary of the president. And at least he was not named. And in reply to the question, what do you think about these awarded payments of 50 billion to Yukos shareholders, the anonymous official close to Putin says, why are you asking me about some rubbish? A war in Europe is ahead of us. And you keep asking me some minor things. So whether a war is ahead of us or not, what kind of war it can be? Geopolitics. Geopolitics traditionally has always been perceived as a zero-sum game. Somebody stands to win, somebody stands to lose. There can be no mutually beneficial cooperation. Will it be the other way around? I would be very interested to hear your opinion about this. The first group of Dougs. Everybody has a couple of minutes. Today we have more time dedicated to each group, and you will have Q&A, brief Q&A. Dougs, Dagestan, thank you very much. We are Dougs. We're here to give the answer to several key questions in the modern system of international relations. First, is geopolitics archaic? Yes, certainly it is archaic. It has always been archaic. It has been archaic when it arose. Ratzu, Chilean, and others. These authors were guided by the simple assumption that the state, because of the geographical limits upon its resources, its size, is incapable to be a worthy player of the global politics. Therefore, the state, speaking about extreme forms in the Third Reich, it's impossible to keep its right. Death of geopolitics, 1945, the great victory over fascism, of Nazism in Germany and in Japan, Yalta-Potsdam system, where geopolitics is impossible. Why is it impossible? Because the system is based upon strict compliance of international law. Why this law was observed? In my view, it has to do with the idea of our companies as follows. That balance between two systems, Soviet and on the one side, and imperialist as it was named at that time. Because of that balance, which could exist in different forms, this system existed. Then the question is, why are we seeing renaissance of geopolitics? Renaissance happens when the system therefore loses its system forming balance between two systems. We see crisis of international law, and geopolitics comes to the fore. In what forms do we see it? Well, first of all, in old forms, it's a question about violation of territorial integrity of the states. Many examples could be said. When states are weak, their territories, well, Ukraine is a good example, where statehood in Ukraine, its potential is close to zero, regrettably. Despite all attempts that we see today, other forms of geopolitics today, it's giving labels. For example, best known is like a rogue state. We know that Yalta and is based upon this principle that equal state has no right against other equal state. Then why, in some case, can a state judge others by calling it a rogue state or a pariah state? The second model related to is of failed states, for a number of reasons. the state can be recognized as a failed state, again, by the same leading player in the global politics. Again, this is the violation of classical principle, equal against equal has no... Well, Eastern Timor, which is now recognized as a failed state, where Indonesia, for some 40 years, has been carrying out genocide of Timor people. Instead of helping the state, it acknowledged it as a failed state, and we see that crisis. So in my view, this is where we see modern face of modern geopolitics. Its return means that the fact that there is no international law, and we see there's predator interests. When a weak state has no right to be called a state, even we've seen it in the example of parasites and rogue states, and therefore it loses its place on the political map of the world. Some part of its territory may be annexed, it can be disunited, some can be reunited with something else. This is the position of DUGS. Thank you very much. Marina suggested that voting should be as follows. Everybody of those present here can vote only once and cannot vote for his own group, her own group. It's also very important. It's also important what questions do you ask to each other, because in any presentation it might seem to you very efficient, but a smart question can sort of break what the can undermine the logic of another group. So what questions do you have to the group of DUGS? Okay, come on, let's hear you first. One of the main points you made, that geopolitics is a thing of the past, of the 1945. How can you explain then that some of the most visible papers on geopolitics of the second half of the 20th century, they existed as two blocks fought with each other? Well, first of all, I'll share, this is what Russian scientist Sergei Karakanov thinks so, and I repeated what he had to say. And examples of such paper, now answer is marginal currents are always there. Yes, you could see marginal statements. When was the paper by Dzerzhinsky written? It was written during the Cold War. Do you remember the exact year? Diplomacy by Kissinger. Diplomacy by Kissinger, what year? 92? It was written in the 1980s. But what was 1980? It was the end of the Cold War. 1980 is the highlight of the Cold War. Dear colleagues, it's some kind of blitz. Yeah. And then international law and Vietnam War. These wars were waged for decades, and where do you see observation of rights and permanent balance of forces? Geopolitics, I assume, remained always the same, and this Yalta system just made the situation worse. International law has never been observed and is not observed any longer at all. The answer is very simple. There is always exception to every rule, which regrettably have existed, and regrettably they've existed, but so far there was no such arbitrary things that we see today. I'm sorry, something is being said off the mic. The same Vietnam War and Afghanistan and Vietnam War gave rise, as it ended, a strengthening of the international legal regulation about the issues and ban on certain kinds of conventional weapons. If we saw a crisis happen, and we are living in a world is dynamic, it's not something that is enshrined in law, in international treaties in this case. It may well be that it was an exception to the rule, which again made the international law stronger. This is the gist. Thank you very much. Sergei Lobunov. Yes, thank you. I understand your question, Yuri Lobunov. Allow me to ask you one question. Probably it will be more convenient for everybody. What are we talking about here? Please give me a definition of geopolitics. Globalization, does it include too, or do you want geopolitics alone? Geopolitics, it's a way to organize foreign policy that is based upon the recognition of the fact that due to geographic or other social condition, some actor in the foreign policy because of some things cannot be recognized as an actor. This is a classical definition. But can an actor not be an actor? What is here? Well, informal and actual criteria. For example, Libya, that is named by the US as a rogue state, satisfies the ideas of the Montevideo Convention that gives the definition of the states. This is something that has territory, power and population and can enter international relations. Libya is a state informally, but because of the geopolitical games, Libya is denied a right to be recognized as a state. But objectively, what is that? But Libya, from this point of view of international law, but from the perspective of the US, it is not a state. Well, your question now. We want to introduce into the procedure so that each group should give the right only to have the right to ask only one question, so that every group has a chance to ask their question, instead of turning it into polemics that monopolizes the space. And the question from Group 6, please remember your name, Vadim Korostelyov, group number 6. Remember column number 5. How would you answer the question about international law? It works, it doesn't work, it works with qualifications. I would say it doesn't work because if we recognize, and they're not dispositive, they are imperative UN principle, that means they should work under any condition. That's it. But treaties on these principles are its rule jus cogens, inviolable rules of international law, because if you violate these rules, where exception cannot be possible. Thank you. Well, but regulating the number of questions from one group, I don't suppose it would work, because two different groups may have opposite positions on the questions that we discuss, and therefore it would be natural that because that group would produce more questions. We just shall keep an eye so that none of the groups ask more than 5 or 6. I'll ask the last question and then we move to the next group. My question is, you were saying about the importance to sustain the balance of forces and power and interests and so on. But the very fact that back in the 1980s and 90s, the United States of America played the role at that time, they played it quite successfully, of the global policeman who would put things in order in one or other place. Did it influence in any way that geopolitics exists or it doesn't exist? And what, in the recent years, the United States can no longer cope with this role? What do you do on this? Certainly, it confirms your policy that it arose. And this came to replace the international law as a rigid system to regulate international relations, while the United States do not cope. It's a question that you can imagine that they could not disperse their power along the whole world. Despite the all economic success, regrettably they cannot. So I've used this thesis, this argument in international law, unilateral multipolarity, sort of. We recognize that the world is multipolar, but regrettably we have only one global policeman. Another group whose name is Size Matters is invited. Ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Zbigniew Brzezinski. Well, come on, thank you. Well, actually, our group is based upon realistic and non-realistic concepts of international law and relations. That's why we think that the basis is anarchy and absence of one single center of power. That's why struggle for power, struggle for controlling over territories and resources is imminent and something that is typical of international relations. What do we understand by geopolitics? Given that certainly there is a number of academic definitions of this notion, but I agree with my colleague in a sense that geopolitics in its original sense died after the end of the Second World War. Nevertheless, from our perspective, geopolitics, it's first of all fight and struggle for spheres of influence, and it remains such. And so, at the same time, the most important thing is not control over some territories, as control over spheres of influence. We can have geographical locations, but they not so much per se matter as their capacity, international trade, markets for produce and so on. Globalization, geopolitics, this is a process that will develop concurrently, where they don't contradict one another, and tools that we used in the 19th century, like direct clashes, are impossible because of nuclear weapons, so they won't really happen. They will use much finer tools, first of all, financial and economic, maybe threats to use force and so on. As to forms in which it could be implemented, or other contents, if we speak about geopolitics as a showdown, then first of all it will be a showdown between hegemon and sub-hegemon. Well, China and US seem two obvious candidates. As to forms, how it can be implemented in practice, they will be much finer than direct clash. I suppose the British Commonwealth suggests a brilliant way to control their territories, just a softer way of control. As to actors, well, certainly there will be international organizations, countries, transnational and national corporations, mass media. As to the future, then we are quite pessimistic, knowing that despite the craving to order, international relations will turn to be more and more anarchical. But in long-term prospects, we could be less important, but as one single, or rather something like global government, it's a long-term, very long-term perspective. Maybe it will never happen. Please, your questions? From Doug's. Yes, it's our pleasure, Doug's. The question is very simple and at the same time difficult. You were saying that, in your view, globalization and geopolitics are two things that are mutually related, develop concurrently. Then a simple paradox saying that globalization destroys nation states. Nation states are the main actors in politics, geopolitics. How could you object to that? Well, the wording was slightly different. We said that globalization and geopolitics are not mutually excluding notions. No, you didn't say mutually excluding. Okay, then non-mutually excluding. In that case, we would like to make a clarification. We're guided by this notion that geopolitics stays, but we see its actors changing. If, say, in previous model, the actors of geopolitics were states, nowadays it's more large associations such as EU, supranational customs union, or something like this, including transnational corporations that can perform as actors of policy. For this reason, they are not mutually excluding. May I add on to this? May I repeat myself? Geopolitics, we understand it not just in the academic sense of the word, which was typical of the 19th century. This is control, this is a struggle, this is a struggle. And if even globalization goes along the lines towards denying sovereignty, say state sovereignty, but still, then we will find some actors that will, international relations, whose fight will determine the international relations. There will be giant transnational corporations or national unions between states or so on. Your question, please? I heard you say that geopolitics is fight for spheres of interest. Is that so? And the second point, you said that after the Second World War, geopolitics as such didn't exist. Then my question is, if we could admit that territorial attempts to seize territory, well, you may say have never existed to a certain degree, but fight for spheres of influence has always been around. So geopolitics has existed and did exist at that time. I absolutely agree with you. I would speak about geopolitics as a doctrine, as a concept, academic concept. In our understanding, geopolitics is certainly a struggle for spheres of interest, including territories, amongst other things. What I'm saying here is that geopolitics, how it evolved first, as it appeared first. After the Second World War, it sort of gradually disappeared as a doctrine, as a theory. You can put it this way. Oh, I see. Yuri, you now have the floor. Thank you. Questions from groups. Like at the exam, it is just like a very someone to help you, someone to let you down. You were saying that sometimes in geopolitics, superpowers there's a showdown. What about Belgium? You remember about Patrice Lumumba, whom they destroyed? Well, in geopolitics, we see superpowers. We're saying that actors are changing, and Belgium certainly never has been an actor in this new geopolitics. It is part of the greater actor, the EU. May I add on to this? Certainly, my point, our argument was that geopolitics, well, in any ways, will be implemented through, let me put it, through the lines of opposition of the hegemon and sub-hegemon. This was true before they invented the doctrine of geopolitics. As to Patrice Lumumba, well, this is certainly bad, but geopolitics, it has very little to do with geopolitics. But I mean that small states too have their own colonies and have geopolitical interests too. Well, St. Petersburg. Sorry, I will just have something to drink. Well, I think maybe I misheard you. I do not know. The main actors are the EU, China. I didn't hear you mention India. I thought, where could this country go with 1 billion of population? That are reluctant to take off the towels, I mean the turbans off their heads. Well, I suppose we spoke not about concrete things, we spoke about the EU, China, that have always been as good examples. Did I understand you correctly, that you think, if you think that geopolitics is only one of the politics, that is something that has been discarded as a doctrine, but on the other side you explain that you can explain today's reality in the terms of geopolitics. Did I understand you correctly here? Probably not. I was saying that geopolitics, like Mackinder and other theoreticians invented it. It's no longer there. And I want you to focus your attention on this. Our group perceives geopolitics as a struggle for power in international relations. Therefore, it has been, it exists, and it will never cease to be. Or probably I misunderstood your question. You mean it no longer is valid? It means this concept is no longer valid, but geopolitical thinking, oh yes, updated. Yes, it exists, and you use it to describe the reality today, right? I suppose so. May I make a remark from our group? The thrust of our presentation was about this. First, in the mid-20th century, the victory of the paradigm of liberal democracy took place, but most states in Russia, in the world nowadays, are authoritarian. Nevertheless, the logic there is implemented in geopolitics. They physically think in the space. Russia, again, regrettably, but more civilized world, which has reached democracy such as Europe. They're closer to globalization. They don't need one economic space, they need social space. And this is the main paradox that our group tries to disclose, that geopolitics exists if its representatives and state think along these lines. And there are states that follow the logic of globalization. Main would be Habermas, whose idea is to create the EU. There's his implementation in practice.
Thank you. Your question, please. If I may, I would like to say something the opposite. It was said that some states think in geopolitical terms, others in globalization terms. But I wonder if the civilized world does not need resources, since the rivalry is not for territory, and it is for resources, and the transitional territory, the resources are shipped through. So political struggle, including the one in Syria, can be explained by the plans to perform the Nabucco project that would lead to the so-called civilized world. That's exactly what we said a minute ago. Well, I think it's the last chance to ask your question. Nail and I have one question. In your concept, we saw some drawback if the relations are based on anarchy. How can you struggle for power? Because anarchy is not power. It's a war against of everyone against everyone. And there is one more point. You should not base your assumptions on a classical school, that the government is always something that is quite reasonable. In each state, there are some factions having their own idea of geopolitical ideas and not geopolitical concepts. Okay, thank you. I would like to ask you a question in conclusion. You said that geopolitics will remain as long as resources are at stake and various parties will struggle for various markets. But if markets are united and if customs is not a problem, toll is low, then will that kind of struggle make sense in the future? Perhaps we will see situations, then geopolitics will be history. We base our assumptions on both realistic and non-realistic concepts. We think that the nature of international relations as well as the human nature remain to be the same. So the emergence of a perfect Homo sapiens without any bad ideas is next to impossible. And that applies to international relations too. We will always see some kind of struggle in those relations, and even if there are some unique circumstances for economic development, there will be still room for rivalry of some opposing powers. Okay, thank you very much. Let's thank that group for their contribution. And the Diplodoc Holiaf are invited. By some strange reasons, it will be again me who will do the talk. It's our concept, which is called the evolution of the Diplodoc. Perhaps we should start with the idea that geopolitics is to be cleansed from propaganda, that it was impurified for the period of its existence. So let's revisit the definition of geopolitics as a phenomenon. So for the purposes of our talk, geopolitics would mean a concept that has to do, or rather, it's a concept on the control over territories, on the distribution of spheres of influences and resources based on economic, humanitarian, and other kinds of collaboration. Geopolitics is an integral part of the objective reality. no matter if you want it to exist or does not want it at all, but it will exist. Geopolitics include both soft and hard power. It suggests various instruments, and colonialism, imperialism, bourgeois and liberal trends, the terms and lexicology from the Soviet times have become obsolete. The seizure of territories has also become obsolete. But geopolitics is utilizing now another set of instruments which refer to the spheres of influence. Janusz Wisniewski says a household, and not only that, and so geopolitics makes the countries either to establish their spheres of influence or look for some frameworks and machinery so that no control is imposed over them. So it makes it possible for us to say that geopolitics can be civilized or archaic in terms of the methods that are used. So it's not geopolitics that would become obsolete, rather it will be the means and methods that are used. And alliances are also part of geopolitics. Geopolitics is just a single way of waging a foreign policy. And with that, we need to understand that geopolitics include principles and mechanisms helping us to interact, communicate, whether it is under globalization or when international relations actors multiply, and those actors could be not only states, but institutions, multinational corporations, and even individuals and alliances of individuals. And Pan Ki-moon is the same actor to the international relations. Borders and boundaries are established not between nations and states, but between interests of various alliances. In other words, we need to prevent that the Diplodok becomes extinct. We should teach Diplodok how to eat, how to sleep, and how to choose friends for entertainment. I like it very much that you keep on maintaining that image. Questions? Same people want to ask questions. You wrapped up your presentation with an answer, with a question. I would like to get an answer to that question. I wonder how that Diplodok can perform their functions, while the previous group identified the international relations as multi-subject environment. What Huntington wrote in his Clash of Civilizations referred to them as feudal. All out of the sudden, I come to the sin. It could be dinosaurs, us, or states. They are to be fed up, and if they have resources, they will survive. Otherwise, they will not. If you take those resources away from them, they will live longer, and that's the objective reality. And man exists, and let's revisit classical German philosophy. So man exists only because man exchanges substance with the external world. So if we have resources, we will live. If we have not resources, we will not. More questions, please. Boris, a question to you. When we were discussing how we will make our presentation, I had some doubts and wondered if geopolitics and globalization are in opposition today. So, Boris, my question is this. The globalization era has already come, that's the fact. Perhaps it can be articulated in some other way. So globalization is here already. Are we already in the world of globalization? It's obvious that not fully, but partially it has already come or is coming. Masha, please. It occurred to me that globalization is not a religion, it's a process. It's like democracy. It does not infringe on someone else's interests. A question not to me, but to the group. I wonder if everything can be explained by interests and resources, then how can you explain humanitarian interventions like the one we saw in Rwanda or in Yugoslavia? Expansion of spheres of influence, and nobody said that geopolitics can use soft and hard power, but it doesn't mean that actors would give up their intentions to expand their spheres of influence. No one said that we live in a perfect world. So it brings me to one more question. Perhaps another one will follow. First, is my understanding correct that the new civilized geopolitics is perceived by you as not a zero-sum game? In a case when actors of interaction realize that they have to win, it's not a zero-sum game. And given the fact that classical geopolitics proceed from the international relations as with zero-sum game, probably that new geopolitics will not be geopolitics, but will be something else. Let's remain in our framework. That law of the retention of mass and energy, it cannot be abolished. If we lose our oil, somebody else will get more oil on their balance. And in exchange for oil, we also receive something, and the state that is selling oil is getting money and spends it for something else. And classical concepts have become a little bit obsolete. But again, will it be a zero-sum game or not? Both outcomes are possible, depending on the method, and the option with the zero-sum game is getting obsolete, and the not zero-sum game is becoming more and more relevant. If you exchange glass beads for gold, originally it's not a zero-sum game, but in reality, based on your concept, I can make a remark that dinosaurs had been extinct for thousands of years. And if they became extinct, don't you think that geopolitics will cease to exist too? And under what conditions? That was the point. There are some methods that can prevent the extinction of the diplodocus state, or there are methods that can expedite the extinction. So, depending on what states choose, whether it is soft power or hard power, states either become extinct or develop further. Just a second, I was about to ask that question at the end, but it's a follow-up of the previous question, so I cannot keep it longer. Yesterday, you said that it was very hard to teach that particular creature. Small brain, a long neck. I understand that there are no textbooks or some notebooks, but perhaps there are some original methods that can help Diplodocus to learn how to behave in a civilized manner. In other words, how can we teach Diplodocus? You may recall old Soviet animation. Then an ostrich is approached by a small bird and said that let's fly to the place where food was available in plenty. And you remember what was the end of this story? ostrich put his engine to the 4th gear, and that small bird was lagging behind, and you cannot change the structure which is originally efficient. And if you ask about the outcome of the geopolitics, its destiny, I think that as globalization unrolls, spheres of influence will be divided more and more. And at some point, there will be a phase when the struggle for the spheres of influence would be confined to some small battles, while fundamental solutions will be found. And geopolitics will shrink and cease to become global. I'm from Group 6. Is my understanding correct that, based on your concept, geopolitics is a law of jungles for the humanity, and that's meaning that the strongest always wins? That's the law, which has never been recorded in any legislation, whether it is a law of jungles or something else, but international law is still valid. Nobody abolished that. So we can think in terms of reality or something else, but the idea is that Diplodok is to be taught using Diplodok's own experience to act so that the Diplodok wouldn't lose its pawns, but also not to hurt anybody else by its tail. That's the reciprocity condition when everybody has its pieces. You can move and give way, but you should do it very carefully. Let's thank that group. On the grass group, please. There were some questions about the definition. We have our own definition. Geopolitics is a struggle for expansion of geocultural and geoeconomic space. Formal boundaries in 21st century are losing their importance, and it's the human capital that is the main resource, not minerals. So, with the help of the smart force, which is defined as cultural influence and technological advantage, the main objective is to involve intellectuals and elite to our own territory and to make some, to raise some agents of influence through the attractiveness of our values. The brightest example is the United States. Every person has a right for freedom and happiness. Let's look at the number of Nobel Prize winners who are U.S. citizens, but only a few of them were born in the United States. Look at the United Kingdom. England is small, but the Commonwealth is great, is very big, and English language, law, judiciary, education, they have a great influence on the world. Japan has no mineral resources. Territory is rather small, but in terms of culture and technology, they have quite a superiority. Arab-Israeli conflict, Israel has great technological advantage over Palestine, but it cannot exercise any cultural influence. Education in schools teaching hatred is out of control of the Israelis, and unless attitudes change towards school education, nothing will change in the conflict. And if you look at that from the standpoint of the mistake that Russia has committed, having acquired the Crimea, but we lost the cultural influence, and because when you produce a Russian passport, you're not welcome. So finally, I would like to thank our colleagues from Belarus, Ukraine, Poland for coming here and seeing that game is not over, and Russia will return to normal geopolitics without the use of hard force, hard power. Thank you very much. Looks like the previous group told us about the importance of teaching the Diplodok, and your group told us the story, what would happen after the Diplodok is educated. Your questions, please, now. Thank you very much for such a substantial and emotional story. But I don't understand why you need that geopolitics notion at all. If it's about culture, if it is anthropology, then why should we entertain that word further? You know, politics means struggle, and there is a struggle between China and the United States for cultural influence, for the dissemination of their culture and distribution of spheres of influence in economy. But it's not done with tanks or aircraft carriers. So if there is a struggle, we can expect that China may win and United States will fall under Chinese influence. And if we see McDonald's restaurants in China, nevertheless, there is no reciprocity. Have you visited the United States? There's a lot of Chinatowns and China restaurants, and Americans like Chinese food. So the penetration is mutual. More questions, please. May I? I like it very much that Commonwealth, British Commonwealth was also mentioned as a form of implementation of control. That's a very interesting format and interesting for assessment, for examination. And it's not only about education. And still, I would like to ask what will happen next from your perspective. But then that Heodot will be taught in our territory. It will come back, eat our grass, live its products, leave its dung on our grass. Grass will grow faster and greener. And but I think it's time to wrap up the discussion. Yuri. I think that question goes to you and to everybody else. Speaking of soft power and instruments, I wonder if it makes it easier if soft power instruments are used. If, say, in Somalia, without hard power and bombardment, shelling, they can only survive with piracy. And in Russia, hydrocarbons are sold for hard currency, and that hard currency is deposited abroad. Russia is robbed. Russia faces economic problems. We have very poor quality of life. People die because ambulances come into hours. And what difference does it make if you die because of the poverty in your country or you die because of the bombardment? I think we should stop making very strenuous efforts. We should relax. We should dismount from that imperial drug, which is the oil and gas. Since any imperial idea, as Nevzorov put it, ends up with, and no matter how nice it would look and sound, that idea ends up with a necessity to send out tanks into other countries. So we should really stop perceiving events in the world as something that is very important to us. We should really diffuse the situation. Thank you very much. Well, I think you would have been, you had to be the final, not the fourth group to speak. Let's allow the last question. mostly it's a clarification. I think even in the previous statements, you said that geopolitics is the struggle for resources, but it's not only about resources. Markets also do matter, and it's half of the geopolitical interests, roughly. Most important, it's human resources who come to us, who get their education in our country and try to treat them very well so that when they come back, they can become successful thanks to our resources, thanks to our technologies that we would invent for them. And that makes up our geopolitics. The idea is that countries should not be afraid of us, but they should feel respect for us through our representation in international institutions. We should serve the other world so the world will not perceive us as a threat. That's the way to teach the Diplodocs. Let's thank you, group. Group 5, Lincoln Box. Good evening, good night. I'll pour some water. I'm a little bit nervous because it's my first time to speak. And my team and I, and actually I'm happy about that, and we embodied in our ideas virtually everything that has been said before: struggle for territories, for spheres of influence, and so on and so forth. Thank you. I'm already relaxed. So we tried to figure out to what extent geopolitics is impacted by external factors and how they can make geopolitics change radically. It took us long to find an answer about the factor that can impact geopolitics greatly, whether it is an apocalypse or some extraterrestrial invasions. But finally, the idea of global warming came to our minds. What will happen to the world if it happens? And let's imagine that it has already happened, and the global warming is here, and there is a new world taking shape before our eyes. So what becomes most important? It's territories and resources, which is the same. It should be some upper valleys, mountains, ridges, such as the Alps and mountains in Armenia, the Himalayas, and the Andes. So the struggle for those mountainous areas will mount. First, the countries that are located next to those mountains start, and the Himalayas will be the battlefield between the Chinese and the Indians, resulting in the situation when that territory is occupied by both nations, and they will mutually enrich each other. Perhaps we will see a new citizen of Himalayan wearing a turban on their heads. In the Alps, the struggle will be between various European nations, and again, it took us long who would be the winner in such a hypothetical situation. And mutual enrichment of cultures has already happened, but still, which particular European nation would succeed? But we came to no definite answer. You can ask it additionally. So all those mountains and ridges will be occupied. what geopolitical elements such as resources would matter under the circumstances? I think it will be the territories themselves, so there will be a renaissance of politics as they struggle for territories. And the concept by Alexander Dugin on the struggle between maritime or sea nations and land nations will become relevant again. The other resource will be made up of technologies that will help people to survive under the global floods. And we think that under the circumstances, it's the Japanese who would win because they have always been short of land, so they cultivate underwater plantations. So we believe that Japanese would evolve as an underwater nations and will sell the technologies to various countries, to the Chinese, for instance, who would live in the Himalayas. And the key element will be shipping services, transportation services, and the main vehicles of transportations will be aircraft carriers. And since the Americans will already have a monopoly for aircraft carriers, they will find their own niche because they'll provide maritime shipping services. So that's our version of the geopolitical development. Yesterday, when we were discussing geography, groups were always short of 4 minutes, but today you can see that 5 minutes now seem to be even too much for the groups. Your questions, please. I have 2 questions to ask. Thank you. Still, in the new architecture of international relations, what role will be played by the Netherlands since, as Japan, it managed to reclaim land, sea land? And I wonder if your concept accommodates evolutionary mechanisms such as like the ones we can see in fishes and other creatures.
Well, what I would like to say is that the question number 1, question number 2, the role of the GILs and the emergence of the Netherlands are interconnected. I proposed that the Netherlands, which is an advanced country, could enrich the world culture by creating the first Spartan transgender state, which would have been engaged with marine piracy and self-enrichment by pilfering others' wealth. That's a very realistic project. Modeling a degenerated case, the characteristics have to be taken to the maximum or to the minimum, and then the obscure will become transparent. Thank you, Anton, for this very good model, because today's globe is different from your fake globe, can only differ in a little bit in quantity but not in quality. May we ask a politically improper question? What should the Ukraine do with its Zaporozhye submarine? It will drown. Yes, I think we have discussed this. And I think that such submarines will indeed go down. So, in other words, the waters recede and the global ice age begins, the geopolitics will die. Well, we really very much like the concept of the Diplodocus. The dinosaurs don't die out; they just get transformed into a new entity. Everything will change in new, more sophisticated forms. So, Mr. Dugin should not be afraid of the Ice Age. So, all right, we'll see. Let us thank the group. The last group is the intellectual celibacy. Well, we have not departed from this concept. We still prefer to stand above the battle and not tell you about the ladybugs crawling beside us, but we will tell you about the general lawn, the meadow. We arrived at a conclusion that geopolitical concepts don't change. We see the same concepts which were at play in the 19th century, in the Middle Ages, the same purpose, struggle for resources, struggle for influence, and it is really about nominating the King of Prussia or the President of Libya. In the same way, if the Diplodocus exerts itself, he might remember, but the number of states is higher. If in the 19th century there were only about 13 independent states, now there are indeed about 200. The international law was applied in the 19th century, in the 20th century, and today. And if today we witness the murder, we can see that the criminal code would be applied. The sanctions were there, the cultural wars were there, the propaganda wars were there. So indeed, we agree that the role of the battling for territory becomes too costly. But we know how the territorial conquests were called back even in the 20th century. So the value of human life is increasing, which is a civilizational trend. The methods of this struggle have somewhat shifted towards the struggle for the economic influence. And thank you very much, Alexander. We are from the same group. Indeed, our concept is such that we have calculated the middle ground, or we have come to the middle ground. First of all, let me thank the Diplodocus Goliath group, which has given some space for Poland, at least in the landladies' minds. And with respect to the economy, it seems to me that the traditional geopolitics is quite compatible with what Boris said. The capitalist countries with the market economy wanted to shift this to competition and to a non-zero-sum game. But you can see some very great difficulties in this. Primarily because some countries and most countries are not ready to compete in these terms. And many of the countries get back to the geopolitics if they are unable or unsuccessful in competing with soft power. This is my rationale of an economist. Thank you very much. And thank you for brevity. Questions? Arthur, and you, I would like, you are somewhat pulling the leg of our noble animal, but let me tell you that if Diplodocus strains itself, then in 2 days nothing will remain of your meadow. So let us not strain this humble and very noble animal. It's all right. Let it be. Let it lay in the cultural layer. Just a small remark about the laws on conservation of energy and the zero-sum game. In terms of the environmental system, the Earth is an open-end system, getting so much energy from the sun. And let us derive from the win-win situation. We're not playing a zero-sum game. Would you like to react to this? How many millions of years did the sun have to shine down on the earth for the first liter of oil to get to be born? And so I think that your remark about the conservation of energy and that the countries which are not in a position to compete technology-wise have only a geopolitical instrument, this is a very of principal importance. Well, I think there's a mix, but I would agree, yeah. But not in such a radical way. Geopolitics is the lot of archaic national states. So it is still at play, but it's somewhat sorry game. Let me give a good example of the United States. It has a high technology innovative economy, however, it still continues to play the geopolitical games. We believe that starting from the 19th century, or even from the 11th century, these policies were at play. You have said, dear colleagues, that every competes the way he or the state can. And competition is there, but everybody seems to be a casualty. Well, it appears that just as with the Cold War containment, this will preserve or let the states avoid the war. Well, unfortunately, neither in the 19th, 20th, or 21st century we will not find a year without the war happening somewhere, because the geopolitical game rules have not changed. In principle, the danger of the global war is still preserved. It may not be realized, or it may be realized. Our task and duty is to warn against it. No more questions. All right, let us thank this group. Well, now we have a choice. Yesterday, the DAG group got number 1. Diplodocus was the second, and the Herbal group, or the Sur l'herbe group, got number 3. Now we face a very difficult choice, but Marina Skorikova will hardly... She's back now. There were several very important presentations, and now there are about 30 seconds to remember these and to choose between your candidates, taking into account that you cannot vote for your own group. So let me take the natural order. The group of dogs, who liked this group more or most? $13, $14? Did anybody raise two hands? Thank you. The size does matter. Six. Microphone, microphone. No microphone, no interpretation. All right, 7. The Diplodocus group, Diplodocus Goliath group. A serious claim to victory. The Diplodocus is back today. A premium for the brand. The On the Herb group. Aha. 1, 2, 3. 8. The Lincoln group. And finally, intellectual celibacy. You can no, you can only vote if you had not voted earlier. All right, this is for the celibacy. Good. So the celibacy is being avenged. All right, so this seems to be towering. Diplodocus is number 1, celibacy is Lincoln, and number 2 is On the Herb. Thank you so very much. Enjoy your evening.
Друзья, я вам хочу отдельно сказать, пожалуйста, обратите внимание на завтрашнюю сессию после обеда. Пожалуйста, все.
Please take into account tomorrow's after lunch session. Please be here for the beginning sharp. Thank you.